Scott Anderson from the Secretary of State's office is on the line.
We hear you, sir. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Mark Voloshin, Deputy Secretary of State for Elections, calling from the Office of the Secretary of State. I'm here for Agenda Item 7.
Hey, Karen, it's Dave. It's 9 o'clock. How are we looking?
Good morning, sir. There's a lot of people still joining the room. If we can give them about a minute.
Absolutely. Let me know when you think that you got everybody admitted so we can move forward.
Chief Fulgerson, I think we're good.
Okay, perfect. Well, good morning, everyone. It's April 8th at 9:02. I'd like to call the Nevada Resilience Advisory Committee to order. And if I can ask the Secretary to take the roll.
All right, thank you. Good morning. Dave Fogerson,
Present.
Billy Samuels,
Present.
Andy Ancho,
Present.
Roy Anderson.
Present.
I'm sorry, is everybody hearing a repeat?
No. No. No.
No.
Okay, thank you. Travis Anderson,
Present. Present. Did you copy that?
okay, I do. Noah Boyer,
Present.
Noah Boyer, Elizabeth Breeden,
Here.
James Chrisley,
Here.
Jason Danon,
Here.
Cassandra Darrow, Bob Denhart, Craig DiPolo, Kelly Echeverria,
Present.
Andrea Esp,
Present.
Deanie Freeman,
Here.
Mike Heidemann, Eric Holt,
Present.
David Hunka, Jeremy Hines,
Jeremy Hines here.
Graham Kent, Marianne LaFoon, Chris Lake,
Here.
Carolyn Levering,
Here.
Ryan Miller,
Here.
Daniil Pereira,
Here.
Matthew Peterson, Sean Romeyer, Misty Robinson.
Here, and Sean is here too.
Oh, okay, thank you. Rachel Skidmore,
Present.
Corey Selfarino,
Here.
Melinda Southard,
Here.
Carrie Underwood,
Here.
Mike Wilson,
Here.
Stephanie Woodard. Thank you. Bunny Bishop,
Present.
Rebecca Bodnar, Kate Callahan, Felix Castanola, Mike Dezak, Melissa Friend, Cheryl Gonzalez, Moira Hallenstein, Jill Hemingway, Patricia Herzog, here, Casey Casey, Selby Marks,
Here.
Catherine Nielsen, and Samantha Laddick.
Here.
All right, thank you, Chair. You do have quorum.
Thanks, Karen. Did you hear Noah Boyer?
I did, thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, we'll move to item number 2. This is public comments, discussion only. No action can be taken on the matter raised on this agenda item till the matter itself specifically included on the agenda as an item upon which action may be taken. Public comment may be limited to 3 minutes per person, discretion of chair. Comments will not be restricted based upon viewpoint. As there is no physical location for this, public testimony under this agenda item may be presented by phone, and we are broadcasting live on YouTube. And Karen, did we confirm that the telephone number is working? Karen Hall, did we confirm the telephone number is working? I'm going to assume from the fact that we do have people on the phone that telephone number is working, that is online. So thank you for that. If you are going to provide public comment, you do have to dial in on the phone number on the agenda and then press pound or *6 to unmute yourself. So I'll open up for public comment. There is a delay between YouTube and our Zoom meeting. And so we will let it run for a minute to 2 minutes. And I see it's 9:08 right now. So I'll go to 9:10 to make sure we have enough time for anybody on YouTube to call in. Is there any public comment for anybody who's on the Zoom platform?
Chief Fogerson, Eric Millette, Washington County Triad. The phone system seems to be working.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Eric. And thank you for coming to the meeting.
Chief, this is Bob Denhart. I did get in a little bit late. I apologize for being tardy.
Awesome. Thank you for coming, Bob. Okay, any additional public comment? It's 9:09, so one more minute. We'll leave it open in case anybody is on the YouTube channel and would like to give public comment and see where we are at the agenda item to make sure that they have time to catch up video-wise where we are. If you are on a phone and do wish to talk, you do have to hit *6 to unmute yourself. Again, any public comment, we'll take any public comment. Hit *6 to unmute yourself if you're calling in. And just about that awkward feeling, now we can move on to the next item because it does not appear that there's any public comment. We didn't have to play the Jeopardy theme song this time, so we'll move on to item number 3, approval of the minutes. This is discussion, possible action. Discuss and review the minutes from the March 23rd, 2021 committee meeting. I'll take a motion to either approve or any changes. We've got a lot of agenda items to talk about today, so if somebody would like to recommend approving the agenda or the minutes, then we can move on to the next agenda item.
Noah Boyer for the record. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Okay, a first from Noah.
I second.
Second.
Second from Kelly. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. Okay, we'll move on to item number 4.
Chief Fogerson, sorry, Jeannie
Sorry.
Freeman. Jeannie Freeman for the record. I need to abstain. I was absent at that meeting.
Very good, ma'am. And 1 abstention from Dr. Freeman. Item number 4 is the overview of the federal fiscal year 2021 Homeland Security Grant Program and the State Homeland Security Program project review, ranking, and voting process. This discussion only, where I'll provide an overview of the process we're using today. Similar to years past, we're having everyone that has a project present us with a short review of their project. We do have a number of projects on the table today, and we have them broken down into 3 sections. We have the strategic capacity to be maintained that has been vetted. That list of projects have been vetted through this group twice, the Finance Committee twice, and the Homeland Security Commission twice. These projects will give us just a quick 3-minute update on what they're doing. So that way we can just all know that what those projects are going for. Then we have another round of projects that are existing projects that are asking for additional money than what they've received in the past. And those ones we will rank based upon what the group decides as a priority. And then we have a third group of projects, which are the true new projects to the group, and those will also be ranked. And in the end, we'll come up with a vote for voting members only that will have the rankings accumulated. When we do rank, voting and non-members will vote, voting members and non-voting members will both be ranking. And we will display the results as what the results are from the voting members, the non-voting members, and then cumulative. So that way it gives the voting members, when they decide to make a motion at that item to move stuff forward, they can see if there's any differences in which one they'd like to go with, or if there's any discussion at that point. Before we get to the projects, we'll start with a quick review from the communications projects to make sure that they meet all the communications guidelines from our statewide interoperability coordinator. And I was thinking last night that one of the projects she is reviewing is her own project. And so I'm going to make an internal control here at DEM where I will ask another SWIC from another state just to review that. But outside of this meeting, just that way I have my due diligence as the supervisor of that position. And then we'll have the cybersecurity administrator for the state give us an update on any cybersecurity projects. So we have those informations in our minds before we go hearing those projects. At the following the meeting, staff will be reaching out because we will have to write the investment justifications for all these projects and create IJ leads as we've done in the past. We won't vote on that. We won't talk about it here in the meeting, but staff will be reaching out to the normal cast of characters to get your involvement so we can get those investment justifications moved forward. We got a lot going on today. We have 2 meetings scheduled. My goal is to try to get it done in 1 meeting. If we don't get it done in 1 meeting, then we can just table the rest of the items and move forward at the next meeting. If we are diligent about staying on task and thinking before we speak and being time conscious, we can probably move through this today so we don't have to come back for a second meeting. That would be Chief Samuels and my hope that we can do it in 1 meeting. We do have project-wise $641,000 more in ask than we have money for. So we will be having to look at either cutting projects or creating a line that projects below this line do not get funded. And that will be something that staff will take into account when they make that sheet for us when we start doing the voting. So that way we can see what we do want to fund, what we don't want to fund or recommend for funding. There are certain criteria that must be funded based upon a percentage for us, and that's enhancing cybersecurity, enhanced protection of soft targets in crowded places, enhancing information sharing, intelligence sharing, analysis, cooperation with federal agencies, including the Department of Homeland Security, combating domestic violent extremism, and then addressing emerging threats such as, and I just warned everyone to make sure you think before you talk, and here I am stumbling on my words. So UAV projects. So that's what we're going to do here today. And if there's no questions on our process, I'll move along, but I'll open up for any questions or comments from committee members. Okay, hearing none, we'll move to item number 5. This is recommendations for the communication project submitted for federal fiscal year 2021 State Homeland Security Program. Discussion only. Melissa Friend from our statewide interoperability coordinator at DEM will provide ranking recommendations for the projects that are communication based, and they're based on compliance with statewide interoperability communication needs. Melissa.
Thank you, Dave. For the record, Melissa Friend, as Dave mentioned, here with DEM. I appreciate your comment earlier with one of these projects being mine. I would caution the second one technically falls underneath my program as well. So we could probably send both of them out to one of the neighboring SWICs for their opinion. Both of these projects are in line with our strategic capacities to be maintained and under federal state comm guidance. The SWIC project funds the current SWIC position as well as some travel and related costs. The NIMS technology, again, is technology, travel, and training. I would mention, I will in the following presentation, that one did go down this year because we figured we didn't need additional Polycom licenses. So again, both of these projects increase the interoperability within the state. Yeah, anybody has any questions?
Thank you, Melissa. Anybody have any questions for her regarding the 2 communication projects? Okay, hearing none, we'll move to item number 6. And this is recommendations for cybersecurity projects submitted for the federal fiscal year 2021 State Homeland Security Program. Sean Ronmeyer, our administrator for Civil Defense Cyber Defense Coordination, will provide ranking recommendations for all the cybersecurity projects based upon compliance with his statewide cybersecurity needs. Administrator Ronmeyer.
Good morning. Thank you, Chief Ogerson. Appreciate it. And for the record, my name is Sean Ronmeyer. I'm the administrator for the Nevada Office of Cyber Defense Coordination. At the request of the committee chair, OCDC has ranked the grant proposals. First and foremost, all the proposals meet the strategic capacities for cybersecurity. Additionally, we reviewed and ranked the proposals based off a in-house developed criteria that I can make available. It essentially consists of 4 components. First being whether or not the grant proposals align with nationally recognized cybersecurity frameworks. Then we evaluate the demonstrated security needs, cybersecurity need of the program. We review the statewide, regional, or local impact and the breadth of the program itself, and the number of outcomes and number of IT infrastructure and people that are impacted by the project. And then we also review for clearly identified goals, objectives with specific and measurable impact. Based on that criteria, we ranked the projects, which you can find on page 14 of your combined meeting material information. Happy to answer any questions. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Sean. Does anybody have any questions for Sean? Perfect, thank you. We'll move to item number 7. This is federal fiscal year 2021 State Homeland Security Program project and budget proposal presentations for strategic capabilities to be maintained with less or level funding from federal fiscal year 2020. This will be discussion only, where we'll hear proposals by the agency representatives who submitted a state homeland security program project proposal and budget supporting one of the approved strategic capacities to be maintained. Presenters will present up to 3-minute review of the project for us to review. And I'll go right down the list that's in our handouts, and we'll start with the Douglas County Emergency Management for Douglas County CERT.
Good morning, Chief Carlini here with Douglas County Emergency Management. Our request is to maintain funding for our CERT program, and we are actually asking for around $4,000 less than we did last year. This would be a sustainment allocation or grant request. We're looking at $655 associated with background checks. We have a $500 training allocation, some equipment for just over $3,000, some planning for $1,000, and the most critical part of any program like that is the coordination, and we would like $12,000 to fund a contract coordinator. Our CERT program over the years has developed into a very successful program. We have about 75 members that are participating countywide, which includes all of the Carson Valley, Southern Douglas County, and areas up in and around South Lake Tahoe. And they are very active in terms of the missions that are traditionally associated with CERT. Plus, we have also added some additional mission assignments for CERT, which have included the deployment of our EOC and also providing rehabilitation services on larger incidents to the first responders. We've also, and most recently, I think probably really seen the benefit of CERT, and that has been with our overall COVID response here in Douglas County and throughout the region. Our CERT team has been on the front line of almost every testing event and now into the vaccination events. We've had some good participation with our CERT team there and expanding their capacities during this national pandemic. So that would be our proposal. Once again, it's a reduction in request of about $4,000 less than last year's request. And I can answer any questions.
Perfect. Thank you, Chief. Any questions regarding the Douglas County CERT program?
Chief Fogerson, Jeannie Freeman for the record.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Chief Carlini, can you explain to the committee why the reduction? And just kind of curious if this is going to be a reduction that's going to be sustained in future years, or what brought that reduction on?
In prior years, we had purchased quite a bit of equipment that we have in inventory right now. More appropriately, some of the safety equipment in terms of the CERT team identification, i.e. vests, their initial response kits, helmets, glasses, goggles, that type of thing. So that was one of the reductions. The other area where we have a reduction, we had purchased a laptop computer, and we're getting about 5 years of use out of those. So that would be the other piece, main component of the reduction between those items.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions for Chief Carlini? Perfect. Thank you, Chief. Good to see you.
Thank you.
We'll move on to Elko County Sheriff's Office for the Elko County CERT and Northeast Nevada Citizen Corps CERT program. Do we have anybody online? And if you're on the phone, remember you have to hit *6 to unmute yourself.
Good morning, everyone. Marianne LaFoon, Elko County CERT, Northeast Nevada. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Go right ahead.
All right. Well, hi all. We all know why we're here. So I'm asking you to please give me money again. And for that money, what we just heard from Douglas, Elko County CERT has been very involved since, has always been involved in our county, but this year we really were asked to step up to the plate and put our money where our mouth was. And from the very beginning, we were called in to be of service to the pandemic. We were one of the first people who were called to be part of the EOC to help with the setup, and we have been involved in everything since then, just like Douglas and just like many of our other CERT programs. We always talk about community resilience, building a boots on the ground, force multiplication, force, volunteer opportunities, volunteer management, and also working with our partners in a community as a whole community approach. And I think that we did that this year. We are still doing that. We have been a part, as I said from the beginning, and to include community-based testing, call centers, now very active in the pods. I was very happy that this meeting came today because I'm sandwiching it in between two pods, one yesterday in West Wendover. And then we will continue as we move forward and trying to prepare for what might be not the best fire season and anything else that might come our way. So I am asking for you to continue to fund our program. I do have a slight reduction, but not very much. That came in travel, just some rearrangement of that, because we had a plate of things that I was supposed to be doing last year, but unfortunately, a lot of our travel was suspended. All of our travel was suspended, and I'm hoping to get back out on the road as soon as I can to meet other needs in Northeast Nevada that we had set up. So I'm asking you to please fund us to allow us to continue to be part of the solution as a whole community approach. And I'm open for any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Marianne. Any questions for Marianne and the Elko County CERT program? Okay, hearing none, we'll move to the Washoe County Emergency Management Homeland Security Program for statewide COOP sustainment.
Good morning, Kelly Echeverria for the record. So we are asking for another year's funding for the statewide COOP program. This is the only statewide program in Nevada and has been going on for about 12 years now. So this year we are doing coops for Truckee Meadows Community College and College of Southern Nevada. And next year we would like to include the Las Vegas Paiute Tribe Health and Human Services, as well as Our Place, which is an outcome-based campus designed to create a safe and stable environment for women and families who are experiencing homelessness, while connecting them with services. So one in the north, one in the south, which is typically what we try to do. We're asking for $5,000 less than we did last go around because these entities are less complex projects than Truckee Meadows Community College and College of Southern Nevada, which both have multiple campuses. So it's less of a heavy lift to get them up into the statewide tool for COOP. We also changed the project a little bit, whereas before we put on 2 FEMA trainings, one for each entity. This year, we switched that out because the training that FEMA has online is really beneficial. And we incorporated exercises. One thing that came out of COVID was that we were able to do a COOP exercise for one of the Washoe County departments, and it was incredibly beneficial and everyone wanted it. And as emergency managers know, we create a plan and then we test it and we update it. So we wanted to incorporate exercising the plans that we create, not only to ensure that the plans are completed, but then they're tested and can be updated before the project closes. So that was a major change that we made to increase the benefit to the entities that are participating in the program while still being able to reduce funding. And that is, I think, it for COOP. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Kelly. Any questions for Kelly?
I do have one question, Jason from Carson City. So Kelly, we've been working with that vendor on that statewide grant specific to Carson City, but it's real limited to what they're able to do with us. They can't help me update what I've got going on right now, and they're looking for an additional charge on that. Is there any way that that was meant to be within the scope of that grant?
So are you referring to the vendor formerly known as Ancura?
The gal's name is Jennifer Poston.
Yeah, we can help you with that. If you reach out to Jessica Adams, she's managing the project for Washoe County. So we can help you update whatever you need. And then if it gets to the level where we need to involve the vendor, then we can manage that and get around those costs. The initial scope is to get each entity into the BOLD planning tool and establish their COOPs within that system and teach them about COOPs. But once they're in and the project is over, then it's really up to each entity to maintain their plans themselves. But our program in Washoe County is always here to support anyone who's ever been a part of this. So if we can support you, we would love to be able to do that.
Basically, I'm starting from scratch, so I'll talk to you offline of that. Hopefully, I just want to make sure that was the intent. So thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Chief Fulgerson, this is Kelly Anderson for the record. I have one question on the project.
Go right ahead, ma'am.
Kelly, can you tell us how many months the portal will be open and then how long people can access the portal as well?
Yeah, so this portal, great question, Kelly, is actually changing from being available for 1 year to 1.25 years. We were able to discuss with the vendor an extension on timeframes, but that's just on our end. So this funding will last 1.25 years. But if an entity has been part of this project, they have access to the portal throughout the life of this project. So someone who started in year 1 of the statewide project still has access to that portal because it's an ongoing project.
Thank you.
Perfect. Any additional questions for Kelly? Okay, thank you, Kelly. We'll move on to the Washoe County Sheriff's Office to Consolidated Bomb Squad. Noah?
Good morning. Noah Boyer on behalf of the Consolidated Bomb Squad and the Nevada Bomb Squad Task Force. Our project this year is comprised of several of our scaled projects from over the years. Our SCBA request is a third, in the final year for our SCBA replacement. Our X-ray request is a third of a 4-year scaled project. Our remote firing device request is a replacement. It was tabled from last year in the support of funding other projects. And our robot request is the beginning of a phased project to maintain our robot capabilities. With previous years, the bomb squads of the state of Nevada have come together in support of one another. If you look at the Tahoe Bomb Squad request, you'll notice that the increase in their project is consistent with the reduction in the Consolidated Bomb Squad project from 2020. And if you combine our Tahoe Douglas project and the Consolidated Bomb Squad project for 2021, you'll notice the amounts for the HSGP grant are the same amount that LVFR Bomb Squad project submitted under UASI for this year. So as we move forward, as a state task force, we thank the Resilience Committee for continued support of the Nevada Bomb Squad to maintain and expand our capabilities to protect our citizens. We've always tried to keep it equal for the bomb squads and come as good stewards to this program and continue to maintain that. With that, I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, Noah. And I really do appreciate the fact that the 3 bomb squads are playing well together and coordinating that stuff, because, and we've had some conversations offline about ensuring that we have the same materials at each one of those different teams. That way, when you have to consolidate with personnel, you have the same equipment and we're not trying to figure stuff out on the fly. And your partnerships that have been going on for a number of years is well recognized by a lot of folks in the state. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Anybody have any questions for the Washington County Sheriff's Office with the Consolidated Bomb Squad project? Okay, we'll move on to Nevada Division of Emergency Management and NIMS project for technology to maintain. I believe this is Melissa. Or is this John Backendall? Come in.
Chief, we're making sure that Melissa's computer is working.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go out of order real quick and we'll hit the Washoe County. Oh, is she up?
Sir, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Go
I
ahead.
apologize. Technical difficulties. I apologize. This request is for, it mirrors last year's request with the reduction of $4,200. We were able to reduce one of our BTC licenses within the SCOC. It also includes some technology travel and $16,000 in supplies that we will be using to update some of the equipment that we have within the SCOC. With the age of our building, a lot of our equipment is starting to age out. So we will be looking at using that funding to get us back up to par in some of our technology.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions for Melissa regarding the NIMS technology maintenance program? Okay, hearing none, we'll go back to the Washington County Sheriff's Office to hear about the Citizen Corps program to maintain it.
Hey, Chief, Noah Boyer from Washoe County. He is at an offsite office, so we'll reach out to him and see if we can get him online with us.
This is Joel Oswego with the CERT program. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
Okay. I'm Joel Oswego with Washington County CERT program. I'd like to give you some numbers on what the program has produced in 2020 and currently. In 2020, we produced 16,769 hours with 226 volunteers. Roughly half of those hours were dedicated to the emergency response for COVID-19. So roughly about 8,000 hours. The balance of those hours, we were training through Zoom meetings and keeping our CERT program training up to date. In 2021, we have currently, end of first quarter, 5,500 hours with roughly 129 volunteers and 3,000 of those hours dedicated to the COVID response as well. Overall in our program, we have 259 volunteers with 226 active volunteers throughout the year. Our program does outreach, helping the community stay safe, creating resiliency in the community, and getting as many people through the CERT program as we possibly can, getting them trained so they can be in their neighborhood, they can help their neighborhood out, work out from there. And then the other volunteers volunteer with our program. We support multiple events during the year. During a normal year, we support the Reno Rodeo, air races, Hot August Nights, balloon races, and things like that. So we're asking for sustainment for our program so that we can keep up the good work. Our program is growing at a pretty fast pace right now. And the quality of volunteer that we're getting, because of the way we engage our volunteers, we get a return rate on our academies of roughly about 80% of those volunteers become active volunteers in the community. The ones that don't become active volunteers, they're still trained to know how to use the CERT program. With that being said, I'll take any questions that you have.
Thank you, sir. I see Jeannie's open up her mic. Go ahead.
Good morning. I just wanted to say thank you to Washoe County CERT. They've been good partners with other jurisdictions as well with providing additional staff during COVID response and so forth, and being willing to support the Northern Nevada area as a whole. I do have a question regarding the budget and looking at the planning and organization category for this. It identifies that this is mostly consumable, small equipment, office supplies. Is the CERT program actually spending over $1,000 a month on things like pens and Post-it notes and printer ink and so forth?
Currently, our office supplies over the years have gone down. We are spending quite a bit of money on office supplies to get our office current and create a modern filing system with good filing so we can keep track of all our volunteers. And we had to buy new files and equipment like that, and are currently in the process of organizing our information so it's easy to identify.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Chief Kelly Anderson for the record. I have a couple questions.
Go right ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. So thank you for submitting this request. All in all, it looks really great. You did a good job. I just have a couple quick questions. So on the priority investment justifications that were required to submit, you added enhanced protection, soft targets, crowded places. Now, you're one of the only citizen corps that did that. And so I just wanted to kind of get the group's input. I'm not exactly sure that Citizen Corps would be in the priority IJ. So just kind of wanted to open that up for discussion to make sure that it fits where it was submitted into.
Absolutely. So with our program, we have other groups in our program. We have the Citizens Homeland Security Council, and that group is basically a see something, say something group. We bring in speakers from the FBI and the local jurisdictions here in the area to train our volunteers how to identify something just from a standpoint of seeing it from the outside and how to report it up the chain so that if there is something out there, we report it up, and that way the agencies know what's going on or what we see and they can respond accordingly. So that's part of what that is.
Okay. Again, Kelly Anderson for the record. Carolyn, or anyone with a Citizen Corps, I mean, do you have an opinion on this? I just want to make sure that it's categorized correctly.
Do you still do the testing, the TSA security using the CERT team members as well at Reno Tahoe International Airport?
We run, I'd say right now we're running about 14 tests a month with TSA, and that's where our volunteers go in. We test TSA security. We go in as passengers. They give us a plane ticket. They put a threat item either on person or in the baggage, and we test their security system, see if they catch it. And if they don't, we go into an after action with them and give them our point of view of maybe why something went wrong.
Kelly, would that be some of that soft target issues when we start looking at what they're doing in the airports? And I believe you guys are also doing that or have done that before with the railroads as well, with the Amtrak train that comes across.
Yes, we also have a RAC group, and that is with Amtrak, and we partner with them. And it's the same thing during like during the holidays, we go down to the Amtrak station and we monitor the station just to make sure everything's safe for the citizens that are going on the train and coming in.
So that really does help. Thank you for the explanation. We may want to add a little bit to the application just to demonstrate that so it's not questioned, but I think that's a good answer. And then I just wanted to put on the record, we've just been challenged a little bit with promotional items and giveaway items when promoting our group. So all those items have to be pre-approved as we're going through the process. So I just want to put that on record. And again, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Any other questions for the Washoe County CERT? Okay, we'll move on to Nevada Division of Emergency Management, the Tribal NIMS program.
Good morning, Chair and committee members. This is John Backetall from the Division of Emergency Management. This is a program for our Nevada Tribal Emergency Coordinating Council here inside of DEM. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to present this to you. This is a maintenance grant for tribal NIMS. The amount is similar to past years. The division comes to use this money directly to support the 27 tribes in the state of Nevada with response, preparedness, and recovery operations for all 27 tribes. The budget's based on the money needed to fund the staff member themselves, as well as travel, minimum contract space, as well as fees for exercise and training opportunities to hire a contractor. So staff's been able to visit each and every tribe in the state over the last 24 months. Would have been more frequent if it wasn't for COVID. And it allows them to do a personal program assessment of each of the locations in the state of Nevada to coordinate their needs with both local, state, and including our federal partners in any assessments or needs that they may need. So these funds are a direct reflection of the needs to continue to support the person who runs this program, as well as some minimal money for their supplies, rent space, and again, $500 each for a training and exercise contract. So I appreciate the opportunity and hope that it continues to be funded. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Any questions for Tribal NIMS? And it looks like Jeannie, you have your camera, or you're unmuted.
Sorry, I'm kind of the person of questions. John, in looking at this position, is this always going to be a contract position? Is this in part because we're unable to hire this as a state position and so forth? Just trying to think about, a lot of times contracts cost more because of the overhead cost. I'm just wondering if that's a hindrance or if this is something that we're looking at having become a state position rather than a contractual one in the future.
Thank you. It's John Backetall for the record. Great question. And you're spot on with the thinking our program's had since we created this position with my predecessor, and that it needed to be a state position. The first year was supposed to be a trial run to see how and what this position would be able to do and see if it was something that we would truly need and continue to maintain. Since then, it's been proven to be a great asset for the state and for the tribes, for the direct liaison efforts, as well as supporting those tribes. We've made an effort to add it into the budget. Under the Department of Public Safety, we haven't had the success. So hoping moving forward with the next legislative cycle with our particular transformation into a different agency, it'll open up some opportunities to add some FTEs or full-time equivalent positions to the state, including the tribal position.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for John? Okay, we'll move on to Nevada Division of Emergency Management for public alerts and warnings. I believe this is Melissa.
This is Melissa for the record. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I got successfully off of muted this time. I apologize for my earlier issue. This request mirrors last year's request and funds some training and travel for our public alerts and warnings, along with a fee to the Nevada Broadcasters Association to deliver the PSAs via both radio and television. Includes the EAS and WIA software for mass notifications throughout the state. It also includes funding for video production and social media platforms for use by our PIO. In addition, there is a $10,000 cost associated with EAS training statewide. If there's any questions, I can clarify on any of that.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions for Melissa?
Sorry, Chief. Jeannie Freeman for the record. I have a question. Melissa, the fee for the Nevada broadcasters for the delivery of PSAs, is that, I don't recall, was that the same amount as it was last year, or is that a different amount?
No, it's the same amount as last year.
Okay, great. Thank you. And can you give us an idea of related to those PSAs and the delivery of those PSAs, that fee, what sort of access or what sort of frequency does that give the state in order to push those PSAs?
That is a really good question, and I don't have an exact answer to. John, do you have any additional information from Gail's perspective on that?
Go ahead, Jeannie. Could you repeat that, please?
Sure. I'm just curious, that $100,000 fee to the Nevada Broadcasters Association, is there any information as to how much access that gives the state with pushing out PSAs? Does it allow us to have, 2 PSAs a week or so many a month or something like that?
No, so this is John Backett again. Great question. Historically, it's allowed us 1 per month over the grant period. What they've done, though, not only with COVID, but with other incidents, they allow us to use the system as much as needed. So early on during COVID, we were putting out as many as 3 a week. No additional fees were charged. So I think the Nevada Broadcasters Association actually considers this as like a blanket contract fee. And we historically use it once a month for like preparedness month or earthquake month, whatever it may be. So we've done it in that fashion, is using a standard monthly PSA, but in times of needs, it's pretty much been unlimited for us in use.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Melissa Day Fogerson. So this is for public alerts and warnings. How is this different than what City of Las Vegas is doing for the notification system that a lot of this, I believe, state public health is using and Car City Health is using? Is there any way that we can consolidate some of these programs so that way there's one program instead of multiple different programs going on through the state, especially something that's being used statewide? Maybe take that off Carolyn's lap to have to shoulder it with our stuff instead.
Absolutely. This is Melissa for the record. I believe so. I'm in communications currently with Code Red in our communications aspect of things to see the exact limit of what we're allowed to from a mass notification standpoint. Unlimited EAS throughout the state, the mass notification that Carolyn's looking at and that Carson City Health and Human Services uses is a little different, tweaked on a platform level. And I'm not 100% sure on the level that our current contract has, but I am in contact with them trying to get an exact answer.
Okay, I'd like to see how we can partner better, take some of that workload off of Carolyn, because to me that should be a statewide system we have to maintain for everybody that needs to use it, whether it's any of our jurisdictions or anybody. So I don't want to have to, and Carolyn's been taking it on for years for us, and I think that's something that maybe we should have to shoulder instead.
Hey,
Carolyn,
Dave, it's Carolyn Lovering for the record. I'm not opposed to consolidation where it makes sense, but we also want to maintain redundancy in our capacities and capabilities. So we probably have to have a little bit further discussion on how we can ensure that that there's redundancy statewide across different types of platforms.
Absolutely agree. And I know the Code Red system does have the redundancy system built into it. We just have to figure out how we make it work for everyone. Because to me, there's got to be a way that we can say, Carolyn, here's 10,000 licenses for you to use to do those, what you need to do, and here's your login to do it. I think we can just work smarter in the future and make that so anybody can use it.
Jeremy Hines for the record. I also want to add to this. I agree with Carolyn, and I don't know if she meant having redundancy as far as different systems to piggyback on. We just recently went over to a new system called Everbridge, and we left Vesta, but we still use Code Red as our backup system in case we don't have availability of Everbridge. So that's our plan internally here. And so if we go to one platform, are we going to have that redundancy? And I think Carolyn, I don't want to speak for her, but that's where she was going with that.
Yeah, Jeremy, that's you hit the nail on the head. That's exactly what I was referring to.
Absolutely, and I think that's a conversation I'd like to have between all the players before next season, the grant season, so that way we can see how that works. Because I think those systems do have some built-in redundancies that we can evaluate and see if it meets us or if we do want to run two. But I'd just like to see what we can do to consolidate some of the stuff to make it work smarter for us. But I understand the need for redundancy, but some of those do have, some of them don't. So, but it's worthy of a discussion. So Melissa, if you can put that on the list of things to do that I'm assigning you for the year as a SWIC to start thinking about how we make that system work a little smoother for everybody next year.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Okay, and that is all of item number 7. These are all the projects that were to maintain at the same level of funding or less money level of funding. Does anybody have any committee members have any questions on any of these projects as a whole? Or if not, we'll move to the next agenda item. Remember, these ones don't get ranked because these ones are the ones that are the student capacities to be maintained, and there's no change in the programs. So when we come to voting, we're just going to vote on them, but we're not going to rank them. The next agenda items, we will get into the ranking of them for a final vote by the voting members in the end. So any discussions on any of these projects we've heard so far? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to move on to item number 8. This is federal fiscal year 2021 State Homeland Security Program project and budget proposal presentations for strategic capabilities maintained with funding increases from 2021. We're going to hear from proposals from the agency representative who submitted a project proposal and their budget supporting the approved strategic capacities to be maintained for 2021. Presenters will be provided up to 5 minutes to present an overview of their project and their budget. What we did with these was they weren't the same. They were a little bit different. They either had different outcomes or we needed more money to accomplish the same project. So I felt that the committee needed to look at these. They still are the strategic capacity being maintained. So they are the special group that we need to make sure we don't lose, because these are the ones that we've agreed with numerous times that are projects that must be sustained for our well-being of our state. But I just want to make sure that everybody has the fiduciary responsibility of looking at the project to see if there's anything that we should do differently with them, or if we agree with what their process is. So we'll start with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department for the Southern Nevada Counterterrorism Center and their sustainment program. And Rachel or Carrie, are you guys on?
Hi, team. I am. It's Rachel Skidmore with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. I'll be presenting on the Southern Nevada Counterterrorism Center's SHSP sustainment grant proposal. Our total proposal this year is $670,000, and I did want to highlight there is an increase of $103,000 this year. This is strictly due to the fact that we have to replace more than 75 desktops and 15 laptop computers. This is not an annual increase anticipated. This is something that we see every 6 years as our computers are on and are maintained by our LVMPD Information Technologies replacement schedule. So that being said, we usually see this uptick in our sustainment funding about every 6 years. So that's strictly due to the increase. The funding allocations that you see in the spreadsheet, they fund several of the target priority areas identified in the NOFO this year. So we have more than $247,000 that are going to go to the cybersecurity allocation. $49,000 is for our soft targets in crowded places. $336,000 is going for and towards our intelligence and information sharing, which is the primary function of the Fusion Center. And of course, we have the remaining $38,000 that we allocated to combating domestic terrorism. It is one of the primary goals of the Southern Nevada Counterterrorism Center. I know we've presented this one every year, so I wanted to keep it very brief. We are one of 78 Fusion Centers nationally recognized, of course, being the state-designated Fusion Center. We maintain several funding projects and programs. We have several partner agencies here down in Southern Nevada, and this is strictly sustainment. So there's no new enhancing capabilities, and this is to maintain all the functionality that we have here within the Southern Nevada Counterterrorism Center. And I'd be happy to entertain any questions from this body.
Thank you, Rachel. Looks like Jeannie's got something for you.
All right.
Hi, Rachel. I hope you're doing well. It's good to hear your voice. Haven't seen you in a while.
No, thanks.
Quick question about the computers and the hardware. Is there any way to put this on a rotating basis where this isn't an every 6 years, $103,000 increase kind of situation? Is there a way for us to look at doing this maybe at 25% of that dollar amount related to computer hardware? I see in the budget that computer hardware is $125,220.75. Is there any way to do that at 25% this year, 25%, so that it ends up being part of your overall budget that is requested each year for maintenance, and then that way it becomes a rotating basis of the replacement rather than it being all one fell swoop every 6 years?
Yeah, that's a wonderful question. So I do have replacements every year that take place, Jeannie. We have several different programs that as we implement a new software program, we start up a new team. So I do have hardware replacements that take place every year. This is that big annual push, and unfortunately, we're not able to LVMPD IT's policy. We have to sunset technology at that 6-year mark. And so if we were to procure, I'd be buying it before the end of its useful life if I started to phase those in. So believe it or not, this is phased, but this is just the largest phase of our phase in. I'd be happy to look at replacing earlier, but then again, we would be shortchanging it because these computers should be lasting a minimum of 6 years. Did that answer your question? I hope it did.
It does. It's the ever challenging situation that we face of where policy doesn't always match funding and how we try to operate and do things. So it's just a constant battle that everybody has.
I appreciate your comments, Jeannie. Thank you. And again, it's only every 6 years that we usually see this surplus, and I'm happy to look and work with Kelly Anderson at replacing some of these earlier in the next 4 to 5 years so that I can make this not such a large push for replacement in 6 years from now.
Chief, this is Jeannie Freeman for the record. I do have a question for Kelly Anderson.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Kelly, at the, when we're looking at the funding that happens and then there ends up being unused funds that different jurisdictions have had, and then it goes back into a pool, is there any way that things like this can be sought or some funding out of that to do this kind of element, this kind of project?
Yes, Kelly Anderson for the record. So we can look at deobligated funding. I think the challenge with equipment is that we have to get federal approval. And so some of these computers could be considered supplies, which we'd have a little bit more leniency. But yes, definitely, if those items are over 5,000, it does require some changes, but we can definitely take that and look at that and see what we can do. I do have a question for Rachel real quick. So on that, the list of equipment or supplies, but because it has an approved equipment list number, we need it listed out. So I need to know, that you're buying 75 laptops and, and so on and so forth so that we can be transparent with the process. And if you end up getting them for a better price, you can buy more or less, but we just need it documented. So that was the only question I had on that project.
Yeah, I'd be happy to break that out for you. Will they be able to open up the grant program that we can do that today and I can add that detail?
Yes, we'll be releasing applications back and giving additional feedback, especially in the priority IJs, because this is a little bit of a moving target with all the projects. So we want to make sure that we capture the priority IJs and the tie to the THIRA. So we'll be releasing applications back to submitters.
Perfect. Thank you, Kelly.
Chief Ferguson, Jeannie Freeman for the record. I have a follow-up question for Kelly related to that. Is that when looking at this proposal that's here that Rachel Skidmore has presented with the computers and so forth, since if each one of them is under $5,000, would they be more appropriate to be in the supplies category rather than the equipment category?
That's a really good question, and it's a really hard one to answer. So in the general standard form, SF 424 that we submit our grant applications in, it's required to be either in other or supplies because it's not over 5,000. But because DHS manages their grants in a different way, we have to collect it in both ways and report it out in 2 different ways because they do have approved equipment list numbers. And some of those AELs that are listed in that list have restrictions, and so we have to look at it 2 different ways. Okay. Now, when we report this back to DHS, it will be supplies. It won't be equipment unless, and that's why I ask all those questions about the servers, because if a server is even $1 over 5,000, we have to track it. So there's, some challenges with that. So we get into that nitty gritty after you guys make your decisions.
And that's where my question related to the deobligated funds was coming from. Because if it's something where we could potentially use deobligated funds and we have a little bit more leniency if it's in the supplies category as compared to being an equipment category, just trying to think of what other options may be out there to help support some of this funding.
Yes, and so Kelly Anderson for the record again. So what we do is we look at the standard form and how we submitted the grant application, look at the different categories and then where the deobligations come back in. And we have to keep those deobligations in those same categories, which again is tricky. And then if we have to do a federal change, if it's over 10%, then we make those modifications and changes up to DHS. We typically do that at the same time that the open meetings give us those directions, meaning, if you approve a change request through this process, then we go forward and do it at the same time to get DHS approval. So a little tricky, but it all can happen.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for Rachel? Rachel, I just want to confirm you're getting 75 computers for the Southern Nevada Counterterrorism Center?
Correct. 75 desktop computers and 15 laptop computers.
And there's that many employees assigned to the Southern Nevada Counterterrorism Center itself, or are these for law enforcement officers as well that might not have a role in the Fusion Center all the time?
No, this is strictly for our Fusion Watch operations, our counterterrorism detectives, our counterterrorism analytic group, our AMSEC, which is our analytic group, our emergency management group, and our administration here at the Fusion Center.
Awesome. Thank you, ma'am. Any additional questions for Rachel? Okay, we'll move to the Nevada Threat Assessment Center, or Threat Analysis Center. And Selby, I believe you're on.
That is correct. Good morning. For the record, Selby Marks. I am the Deputy Director for the Nevada Threat Analysis Center, the NTAC. The NTAC is the U.S. Department of Homeland Security recognized state fusion center for Nevada. For this grant year, the NTAC is requesting $683,245.11, which covers the cost of 4 contractor positions and specific operational costs for a year. The request is the same proposal as last year and is based on that budget after it was reduced by $30,000. This request is $18,818 higher than last year, due primarily to an increase in the administrative costs from 2 companies the NTAC uses to employ 4 contract positions. 4 contract positions include 2 intelligence analysts, the Fusion Liaison Officer Coordinator, and the Critical Infrastructure Program Coordinator. Operational costs in this request include travel for the Fusion Liaison Officer Coordinator and the Critical Infrastructure Program Manager, and travel for NTAC's 4 intelligence analysts and senior intelligence analysts to attend required and foundational trainings. Other operational costs covered in this request include telecommunication devices, information technology and analytical software licenses, public information and analysis subscription services, funding to replace 2 computer workstations and related devices not covered in the state general fund budget, and costs associated with the license and maintenance fees for the NTAC's intelligence database program and server. The NTAC is also requesting $50,600 to continue support for a See Something, Say Something awareness media campaign. The See Something, Say Something campaign includes the cost of billboards. They're located primarily in rural areas of the state, and terrestrial and internet radio spots informing the public how to report suspicious activity. Thank you for the opportunity to present the NTAC's project request, and I'd be happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Anybody have any questions for Dr. Marks? Dr. Freeman?
Hi, Selby. Question for you, the same question that I asked John Backadal related to the contractors. Is contractors, we tend to pay at a different rate. Is there any pursuit of these being brought on as employees rather than being contractors?
This has been an ongoing issue, as you well know, over the years. And at this time, especially with the budget issues with the state, we don't see an opportunity to bring them on. It's something we're looking to do, especially with the intelligence analysts. But given the financial issues with the state right now, that's a challenge. But it's something that we want to engage a dialogue in to see if we can reduce the contractor allotments and bring those positions on board in the state position.
Okay, and a follow-up question for that. All these positions are currently existing, right? And they're all staffed currently?
That's correct.
Okay, so there's not one that's open right now?
Of the contractor positions?
Correct.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Selby?
This is Kelly Anderson. I don't have a specific question for this project, but I wanted to kind of interrupt a little bit and just recap that we are on the combating domestic violence extremism. We are lacking a little bit of money here. And so when we're going through these, if the project submitters can take a look to see if any of their project does fit into IGA priority number 4, we should be adjusting them if possible. And I'll be reaching out to try to look at especially the fusion centers, because I think the fusion centers probably have more money in that category. Thank you.
Great point, Kelly. And I think that it's right. Just a new category to remember to put it into the default information sharing. And Selby, you have some money in there for the See Something, Say Something campaign. I believe Southern Nevada Counterterrorism Center does the same. Is there any way that we can have you guys working together and we have one voice from the state, but with both logos on it, and maybe tying back to the DMs? I'm going back to the sustainment project where we have the public alerts and warnings, or the technology where we're actually reaching out to people with the PSAs. Is there any partnership opportunities there between the three of our organizations?
I certainly believe there is. I think we need to open that conversation between the NTAC and the Southern Nevada Counterterrorism Center. We do have a See Something, Say Something 800 phone number that we utilize. The NTAC covers the costs on that because it's a state phone number. But we do coordinate at that level, but I think there's more of a discussion that we can have with regards to what kind of media, location of the media, and how often the frequency of the media PSAs.
Awesome. And I'm not looking for a budget reduction from either one of you guys, but since you mentioned that came up something that would look good if all the logos are on there and we're getting one message out for the state. And that way it's the same message, as long as it doesn't alter anything on the Fusion Center side that either Southern Nevada Counterterrorism Center needs or you need.
This is Kerry Underwood for the record. Selby and I will definitely work on seeing the areas where we can potentially be collaborative and bring that statewide approach over the course of this year.
Awesome, thank you. Because if nothing else, maybe that de-obligates some money that then we can use for another project, or de-obligate some money from one side, and then we'd add more to that campaign, especially with tourism is going to probably go through the roof here shortly. And we might be seeing some more stuff going on that we need to be paying attention to, especially with the DVE issues.
Yep.
Most definitely. We will coordinate with your officer, and I'll also coordinate with Kerry.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Any other questions for Dr. Marks with the NTAC? Okay, we'll move on to Nevada Division of Emergency Management, NIMS maintenance. That does have an increase. And John Backendall.
Hey, good morning, chairs and committee members again. Thank you for the opportunity to present the DEM NIMS maintenance grant. So this is supposed to be the same amount as last year. I apparently had a typo trying to get this done late in the evening, so I apologize for that. So it's going to be available for a reduction due to my human error. So the division continues to use the money to directly support planning, training, exercise, and resource management credentialing to the state, including the cities, the counties, the tribes, and other state agencies. So the budget's based on using our THIRA and SPR process, the AAR, after action report and improvement programs, as well as the priorities established by our chief. We continue to support the THIRA and SPR process, as well as the integrated planning preparedness workshop, to help develop our multi-year preparedness plan. So these funds are a direct reflection on the DEM programs of each of those aforementioned programs. Contract support is engaged in here as well. The in total grant award request was for $467,777.30. And there's an onslaught of information inside of the grant application from the planning side to have planning efforts assisting local jurisdictions with travel, technical support, training, a lot of contract support to contract instructors as well as their travel, which everyone has gotten an opportunity to enjoy the last several years as DEM has taken a big lead in that effort. Our exercise program is continuing to develop, and we are putting pressure on ourselves to do more and more in the exercise world. So we have money in here to help not only fund contract supports to assist with large, full-scale and functional exercises, but as well as for travel to do the minimum components of the exercise program. Resource management's on here again. It's on here last several years, and it gets questions every year about what is this actually doing for the state. And if you haven't seen it, there's been a lot of outreach by staff here to get people credentialed with the HSPD 12 requirements to make sure we're credentialing those. And we're trying to take it to the next level with this grant funding to get more people as credentialers for us, to get more people credentialed in the state, and then tie it into the FEMA backbone to actually start having the credentials put onto the cards. So it's an all-encompassing grant for everything NIMS with the state of Nevada, the preparedness efforts that we do. For the contract position, I had accidentally increased it by some $7,600. Darlene Loft would probably appreciate that. This is a direct funding allocation to have her continue to do what she does for all of you and for all of us to make sure people are getting engaged with state activities. So that's an error on my part. It should be the exact same funding flat from last year as requested by this panel the last couple of years. So I'm available for any questions.
So Chief Ferguson, this is Jeannie Freeman for the record. Of course, I have a question. In looking at the dollar amount that's on this list and what Mr. Backadall just reported, is that dollar amount of $467,777.30, is that the actual amount that is being requested this year?
So I don't have the previous application in front of me. I just have the page that I screwed up on, Jeannie. So I apologize. It's John Backadall for the record. It should be the exact same as last year, which I believe would be 7,600 roughly, less than what is on this current application of the 46777 number. So if anybody could help me with that, Kelly or one of her staff, I apologize for not having that information.
Kelly Anderson for the record. So the reduction would be $7,649.30. So the total ask would be $460,128.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, and so Chief Ferguson, to follow up on that, then does that put line 11 up above and to be in the group that are maintained same as the dollar amounts previous year?
Yes, we'll look at that as one of the maintained projects rather than a maintain with increased pricing.
Thank you.
Anyone with questions for John?
Chief Ferguson, this is Rachel Skidmore. I do have a question on the training and exercises.
Please.
In the application, it says that there's instructor pay for working lunches and training sessions for a total of $56,000. Is that we're paying our instructors to work through lunch? What is the $56,000 instructor pay?
So this is John Backadall again. Thank you, Rachel, for the question. So that's an additional line that we put on there to help augment our ability. Should we be doing something through lunch, it's captured in the actual application. So we have a sliding scale for our instructors based upon the level of class they're teaching as well as their level of experience. So they could be being paid anywhere from $30 to $45 an hour based upon the course and their expertise in the course that they're instructing. So this is flat out instructor pay, but sometimes it does carry over to where we have to hold instruction during lunch, and it allows us to capture that in the grant application that we're not hiding anything. We're not trying to buy people lunch for classes. Our grants program is very precise in the memos that we have to put together, that if we are putting something through the lunch hour, we have to document what we're doing and why we couldn't take lunch. So for instance, some of these courses are offered, they're 5-day courses, but due to jurisdictional capabilities of hours worked, they're on a 4-day work schedule. So we will take a 5-day course and compress it into 4, which usually means running an hour late and working through the lunch. So it's those type of scenarios that we would have a working lunch, but it's not necessarily for every class.
Okay, so they wouldn't just shift adjust and not work that last day in the jurisdiction? They would just get, so my other follow-on question is, so we are paying instructors to train in ICS, but we have the Train the Trainer course and several certified trainers around the state. Just so I understand, do we pay individuals to train like ICS 300, 400 in classroom instruction or G191? Is that what the second line item is for, the 58,000?
So this is John Backetall for the record. The first line item is for instructor pay. The second line item is for the support staff, Darlene Loff. This is where the majority of her salary comes from, is out of this particular grant, and has historically for as far back as I can recall. The first line item, going back to that on instructor pay, we do not pay all of our instructors. We pay a portion of them. What that exact portion is, it's flexible based upon the type of class we're instructing. So ICS classes that are locally given, they tend to be coordinated through City of Las Vegas or City of Henderson's ICS programs, and they try to find volunteers. Sometimes, a couple times a year, pretty minimal, we do have to pay for a 300 or 4 level type instructor. Most of the instructor pay comes from the all hazard position specific classes, which come from a very detailed specific list of who's authorized by the federal government to teach them. In some cases, there's classes that there's only 12 instructors across the entire nation that are approved by FEMA to teach the courses. So we pay them an hourly rate, and then we pay their travel. And obviously we're not paying their lunch for those because we can coordinate those classes. But it's flexible and it's variable based upon the type of class we're teaching. We always try to do volunteers first, and then from there we have to pay instructors for certain classes.
Got it. Thank you, John.
You bet.
Chief, I have one question. This is Kelly Anderson for the record. So on John, on the application, we'll, like I said in previous presentations, we'll be releasing these applications back. But we do need the approved equipment list numbers on the application. I think it was just overlooked.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect. Any other questions for John? Okay, let's go to Nevada Division of Emergency Management for the statewide interoperability coordinator position. Melissa.
Good morning. For the record, Melissa Friend. I'm going to present on the statewide interoperability coordinator grant request. The request did go up partially due to the fact that my salary is now, or the position's salary is now going to be required to be 25% HSGP. We're hoping that this is a temporary request and we're looking at different grant funding streams. It used to be a national transportation grant that paid for a portion of the salary as well. Through that, there's the travel required for communications, not just for me, but for other stakeholder meetings throughout the state. One thing to note that's different from last year is I am not requesting funding for the communications rodeo. I do plan on still having that, but due to COVID, we have cost savings from previous years. And I will take any questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody have any questions?
Chief Kelly Anderson for the record. So I just wanted to a little bit elaborate on this position. So the SWIC is a required position in the Homeland Security grant process. And as Melissa said, we did have a grant called SLIGP, which is a state and local implementation program for NTIA. And that grant has since ended. We've had that grant for about 4 to 5 years now. And so we're doing salary certifications, and we have to leverage other grant funds to support that position. So we're trying not to put it all on the backs of Homeland Security, but there is a slight increase this year. Thank you.
Thank you. And we are looking at designating a statewide 911 coordinator. We're one of 5 states in the nation that doesn't have one. And if we do that designation, that would open us up for some additional grant fundings we might be able to offset this position with in the future as well. But a lot of moving parts right now with trying to make everything work. Any additional questions for the SWIC? Okay, we'll move on to still Captain Dar, correct? Or are you commander because you're in the bomb squad now?
Captain
with the Todd Douglas Bomb Squad.
Good morning, everybody. William Darr. For the record, I am the commander of the Todd Douglas Bomb Squad. I'm a captain at Todd Douglas Fire Protection District. I am requesting the $110,000 for 2 digital X-ray systems. I do appreciate through all the process that we are a maintain priority, and as Noah Boyer from Consolidated Bomb Squad did state that we definitely do our homework beforehand to ensure that we have our own 5 and 10-year plans for requesting HSGP funds. This is a 2-year project. We did get 1 digital X-ray system last year, and we're requesting 2 more this year. That would give us digital X-ray capability on all 3 of our response vehicles. This digital X-ray system will bring us into the 21st century and will allow us for having quicker interrogation, tactical and dismounted operations, and compatibility with the Consolidated Bomb Squad for any sort of mass incidents that we have in the north, as well as the Northern Nevada Bomb Squad Task Force going out to Elko, and then our partners down in the south. So just a technology advancement. I do apologize for EOD items being so expensive. This is 2 actual tangible items that we'd use in daily operations and training. So I appreciate that. Again, we've fallen towards the national priorities of the LEPTA and the IJ. And if anybody has any questions for me, I'm all ears.
Chief Ferguson, Jeannie Freeman for the record. Mr. Darr, what is the amount that is over the typical maintenance amount on this grant request? What is the typical amount that you usually are requesting each year, and how much more is this year?
So the bomb squads ourselves, we kind of try and stay around that $250,000 of HSGP funds. And as Consolidated requested on their side, we kind of do it on a sliding scale, and we kind of ask for a little bit more and a little bit less. Last year, I did request initially $72,000 for X-ray capabilities. We brought that back down to $62,350. So it's a $47,000 increase. But last year we did ask for just 1 digital X-ray system, and this year we were requesting the 2 more to give our full capabilities for all of our response vehicles. So it's an increase of $47,000 for X-ray equipment.
Okay, based on what you just shared with the cost of what came through last year of about $63,000 for that X-ray capability, has the equipment decreased in cost? Is that why we're seeing the cost of each one at $55,000 instead of $63,000?
Actually, it's actually increased by $6,000 per unit from the initial quotes and the quotes from last year's from the HSGP 2020. So it actually has increased, and we're also adding the additional unit. So we're requesting 2 this year, 1 last year. So that's why the cost is increased by, 150%.
Okay, and with everything, I just want to make sure that if you're asking for both of these, that all costs included involve all the shipping, handling, and all that sort of stuff that goes into that process, correct?
Yes, ma'am. They are included in all these systems from the manufacturers. They come with the unit, an X-ray generator, the case, a training class, and shipping and everything. It's all inclusive.
Okay, Mr. Darr, let me also ask you, related to this equipment, you made the comment that it brings us into the 21st century. What is sort of the lifespan on this equipment, in the sense of, are we going to need to be brought into the mid 21st century in a couple of years, or is this going to last us for a while?
No, ma'am. The EOD world does change pretty frequently, and I will tell you that in the last 12 years, technology hasn't increased, and we're all carrying computers around in our pocket, right? We have X-ray capabilities, but with these digital X-ray capabilities, we're able to just carry the Pelican case to where we have to go, interrogate our items, go dismounted out in the boonies or whatever, and not be committed to our truck and having actual film that we have to develop and such. So I see that the technology is going to be with us for quite a while, and not going to see any sort of need for any other additional X-ray system in the next 3, 5, or even 10 years.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Darr.
You're welcome.
Really quick, Noah Boyer for the record. The digital X-ray system is the same that's on my request as well. And speaking with the vendor in our IT, because this is more of a digital-based system as opposed to our old school film, we do run into the IT side of this. And they're saying our lifespan is that 6 to 8 years on it. which our previous system, it had a lot more operating costs to it, and we had a lot more consumables with it. So we had a lot of expenditure that way. We're kind of balancing out because now we don't have those consumables, and we're able to use this digital platform. But now we're running into the IT thing. So to answer your question, we're looking at about 6 to 8 years lifespan on this, where our previous technology, the kind of the older school stuff, we were about 10 years on it. So it's a little bit shorter, but not much.
Okay, so then a follow-up question for that, if I may, is in looking at that technology, technology has its advantages, but we also have challenges in our rural communities of being able to have things function if they require internet or hotspots and things like that. Is this equipment that can be utilized regardless of any kind of access to an internet or something of that sort?
It's all standalone. In fact, the day that we got our digital system is the day that we had the incident out in Ely with Sergeant Jenkins. And I threw the Pelican case in my truck. We truly went to the middle of nowhere and were able to use this system right out of the case, which is the big shift in technology, because before we would have to take our big, huge 30-foot truck, where now we have the capability to do this truly in the middle of nowhere. And it's a standalone system.
Thank you for being patient and educating somebody who's not a subject matter expert on this.
Yeah, no problem. And one more little touch on that. You do have the ability with these kind of systems to use them corded or cordless over the Bluetooth system, and they're talking to each other within the little area that you're working, rather than having to talk to something 100 miles away. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Noah. Anybody else?
Any other questions for Captain Commander Dar? Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Have a great day.
We'll move on to the Triad Hazmat Reno Fire Department for Seaburn Hazmat Monitor Replacement Project.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the time. This is Captain Eric Millette with Sparks Fire, actually representing the Triad Hazmat team at Washoe County, kind of fire resources and hazmat in general. What this project has been, especially for those that maybe aren't aware, the Triad is the regional hazmat team for Washoe County, incorporating Reno, Sparks, and Truckee Meadows fire departments, with some members from the airport and from North Lake Tahoe. We work closely with the CLEAR team with Reno Fire Department. We work also closely with the Consolidated Bomb Squad with Noah and his group. And the objective is to try to have a good, sustainable program that we can maintain based on the equipment that we're given. One of the things that we really try to do is not only respond to hazardous materials within the region, but it's also to try to have a regional alert program, and that's what these monitors are going to enable us to do, and I'll explain that in a moment. And also be able to look at our special events and our mass gatherings that we have, and to be able to augment both law enforcement and fire to keep the community safer when we have these events. So getting into the nitty-gritty on this grant, the first request is actually to couple with last year's reduction in the 2021 grant series, which is for an area array multi-gas radiation monitoring system. Last year, we actually took a reduction of $72,855, which took one of the units away that would have been the optimum operating capabilities for that type of a unit. Within that type of a program, we have purchased the two other kits. Those kits actually work off of a integrated communicative mesh system that allows us to be able to see what the monitors are doing in various locations with an incident, whether it's hazmat or otherwise. And we can see what the air quality is doing. We can also see if we have any rad detection based on those monitors. So that's the number one item on this list, is to just follow up and try to capture the funding that we reduced last year. Another item that we have on there to go along with that are the multi-ray or a handheld multi-gas combustible gas indicator. In 2013, we did something throughout Washoe County. We put the same type of handheld combustible gas indicator on every fire engine, every full-time fire engine within the county. So we have the same numbers, the same readings, and everything else. The bad thing is what was spoken before with Commander Dar, is that the technology is just advancing so much, especially with the digital age, that now we're looking at those monitors being 8 years old. And what we find is that the the end of life ends up coming around. So that's the request that we have in right now currently for the 50 units at $246,000. In 2013, we applied for 42 units. So with the expansion of new stations and things like that, 2013, the cost was $215,940. And to add 8 more units, we come up with a total of $246,000. And that's just to replace the current units that we have. Another item that we have on there is a 908 mass spec. What this is it's a handheld mass spectrometer, and it basically analyzes both liquids and gases in the field to better give us in trace amounts an understanding of exactly what we have. When something comes by, we monitor something. We may miss it with our combustible gas indicators that a normal inch company would use. This is a more defined unit. We currently have one that is almost 18 years old. The technology is far advanced from where it was when we first purchased that. So we're trying to sustain our capabilities as far as a high quality response within the county and also within automatic mutual aid throughout the state for that particular unit. The last one that we're looking at is another type of a higher end, is an FTIR. It's a laser, if you want to think of it in that way. It's another type of gas and liquid and gas indicator, different type of technology, sees things differently, but allows us to augment the capabilities that we do have. We did get funded in 2014 with some AHURAs, which are some also FTIRs that have been in service. We've upgraded those, but there again, the technology there is 7, 8 years old. And so we're just trying to be ahead of the game and making sure that Washoe County has the capabilities to not only preserve response within our region, but also to be able to augment the North with what other resources need, including the bomb squads and other hazmat teams, say the Quad County team, to be able to support them. I'm open for any questions. I appreciate your time.
Chief Bogerson, Jeannie Freeman for the record. At least I'm an equal opportunity question asker, right? So, sir, I have a question on the light item under equipment for the multi-ray CGI PID detector. There it indicates that there are 50 as the quantity, but when I read the description, it says that the detector, indicating it sounds like it's one detector, would replace 6 other gas detectors, and then you mentioned something about purchasing 8 more. So if you could explain that line item a bit more, I'm a bit confused on it, about how the funding is matching up with the quantity of 50, but then there's 6 described, and then you mentioned another 8.
I'll go right on with John Backadall's thing. I'm a fire captain. I certainly make mistakes, and it looks like this is an oversight. Basically, what this is going to do is these multi-ray detectors will replace 42 gas detectors.
So so are you asking for a budget of 42 as the quantity, or are you asking for 50?
So the budget request is for 50, which is going to basically replace the 42 that was purchased in 2013 and the additional units that we have since we've opened up new fire stations. This is an aging 6 gas detector. So if you read that, there's basically 6 gases in these detectors. There's 6 sensors for 6 different type of gases that we can detect with the CGI. Does that help? So basically oxygen, CO, carbon dioxide, and H2S, hydrogen sulfide, an LEL sensor, which measures for flammable gases, has a photoionization detector, so it has a lamp that burns off chemicals at a rate. And those are all basically part of one of the 6 gases within that detector. It just reads kind of funny if you don't understand the technology and the terminology. I apologize for that.
Okay, so it is actually purchasing 50 detectors.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and those detectors are they distributed across different agencies in the Washoe County area?
They're distributed across different agencies, both Reno, Sparks, Truckee Meadows, the Airport Authority, and Tahoe Douglas, or North Lake Tahoe. They actually use some different monitors, but the intent is to make sure that we have a monitor in every agency, fire agency, that we can be able to have the cross coordination and a mesh network when we have an incident within those regions. The maintenance that occurs on these The maintenance that occurs on these are actually out of budgeted triad funds. So the calibration and maintenance that occurs is actually through budgeted items that we currently have budgeted. So I'm not requesting any additional budgeting funds for maintenance. We actually have that budgeted within our general funds within the triad team.
Okay, and then overall, I know that last year the request that was put in by this group was ultimately reduced. What is this year's request? How much greater is this year's request over last year's request?
I would have to do some rough numbers here. Let me just get the calculator back out. Maybe somebody has a calculator handy can help me out.
This is Kelly.
So basically last year's, this year's number of requests is 476,304. Last year's request was, initial request, 200,018,556.
So about a $250,000 increase.
It is. And that almost is directly related to the multi-ray purchase, which is just to augment. And it is a one-time purchase that is important to do so that all the monitors are purchased at the same time, the same longevity and things like that. A program like this, it's really hard to have them stepped into a transition, especially if we have a manufacturer change. The different models, different manufacturers, we want to make sure that everybody has the same equipment at the same time to make sure that our community mesh network works so we can see these monitors appropriately instead of having different manufacturers.
So is your situation similar to what Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department's request was, is that you anticipate this to be that one-time increase request, at least for a certain number of years while the technology is in place?
Yes, that is exactly it. And that's, yeah, that we're not going to come back with another increase next year. When we get these monitors, that will take care of that particular piece of outfitting every fire engine with a gas monitor that's up to date and is not ending its work life.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for your answers.
No problem. Any other questions?
This is Kelly Anderson for the record. So real quick, I just wanted to kind of go over the numbers. So the requested amount for last year was 100, well, requested versus received. Maybe we should talk about that. Maybe that's where the confusion is. It's $145,710. The request for this year is $476,304, and it's a difference of $330,594. So I just wanted to make sure that we understood the difference in the requested amount. And then on this project, we just need to make sure that we have all the approved equipment listeners listed. This one didn't have it, but there's great detail in the budget, which I absolutely appreciate. And that's all the questions and comments I have.
Thank you, Kelly, for doing that. And just to reiterate, just to make sure that I'm on the same page. So the official request after the initial presentations, the initial presentation and initial request was the $218,565 from last year. And we pared it down to help accommodate other resources so they could gather equipment, training, and other resources and money that they needed for their projects. And that's why we got it reduced down for the official request, $145,710. Are we on the same page there, Kelly?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Any other questions for me?
Really quick, Noah Boyer for the record, not really a question for you, sir, but just wanted to voice some support for this project. The Triad actually reached out to the bomb guys. So we got cops and firefighters actually working together on this one. And I just wanted to kind of echo some support for this project as well, since we are working together to kind of blend the forces on this one.
Yeah, thanks, Noah. I appreciate that. And for those that don't know, with the changes that have happened regionally and statewide and nationally, it's imperative that law and fire work more closely together than ever before. And there's no ego lines that all those ego lines have really washed away with progression. So I just, the bomb guys and law enforcement and us have really been working well together, and I appreciate that comment, Noah.
Say it isn't so. That can't happen. Collaboration, cooperation. What? No way. Thank you,
Painful
guys.
to say, Chief.
Chief Fogerson, I
Go
have
ahead, ma'am.
one more comment. This is Kelly Anderson again for the record. So, Captain, can we have some leniency with moving the amounts around on the priority IJs on the project? That would potentially help us if this is funded, to be able to move money around in those priorities.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. We can work offline if need be, or I can get back in as directed and adjust those around to be able to better fit the IJs necessary for the official application.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Captain Millette? Awesome,
Okay,
thank
thanks,
you.
Cody.
Thanks, Eric, I appreciate it.
Take care.
You too. Let's move on to the Washington County Sheriff's Office, Cybersecurity Maintenance.
Good morning, Chief Fogerson, members of the Nevada Resilience Advisory Committee. James Cox on behalf of the Washington County Sheriff's Office and the Northern Nevada Cyber Center. The Northern Nevada Cyber Center is maintaining its capabilities to respond to cyber threats with equipment, software, and the ongoing training this grant provides. The NNCC holds the licenses and training for unique products that have the ability to interrogate electronic devices that are capable of storing data such as computers and cell phones. We maintain the ability to process the data that was accessed through forensic examination. Our partnerships with local, state, and federal partners enable us to respond statewide for cyber-related investigations. This is exemplified in a very recent case by a Russian national that on March 18th, 2021, pled guilty to conspiracy to introduce malware into a US company's computer network. The company was Tesla here in Northern Nevada, and the investigation was assisted by the NNCC's detective, Greg Sawyer. The sentencing for that case is scheduled for next month in federal court. The Northern Nevada Cyber Center is being utilized statewide and has active partnerships with local, state, and federal agencies. The increase in costs for this year's request is due to vendor response to updates pushed by various manufacturers that are updating their products to combat the research and development costs that are borne by the vendor and then passed on to the end user. There are no other agencies that I'm aware of with our current capabilities in Northern Nevada. We're striving to maintain our level of service, which focuses on the Northern Nevada, but we are actually assisting statewide. And with that, I thank you and open to questions.
Thank you, sir. Jeannie? Okay, any questions for the Washington County Sheriff's Office on our cybersecurity program?
Feeling the love, Chief. Thanks.
It's a long meeting. We got to have some humor in this and make sure that we all realize we're friends and we're all getting along. Okay, hearing no questions for that, that ends the items that are under the maintained strategic capacity to be maintained, but have an increase in cost. So for all the committee members, whether you're voting or non-voting, you do have a ranking sheet that you might want to look at if you have not done so already. We won't rank these until we get to item number 11, so 2 more agenda items, but in case you want to follow along with that with some notes on that. Remember, all members rank, and then we'll take the rankings from the 2 different groups, and then the committee voting members can provide Chief Samuels and myself a recommendation for what to advance on. We do need to cut $644,000 or not fund $644,000 worth of projects. So consider that it will be a discussion we have in the item number 10. So all the projects that have just completed and told us about their items that needed more money, please make sure you take a look to see if there's anything in there that you can clean out a little bit. Obviously we found $7,600, but that doesn't go that far. So if there is something we can cut out of there, if you see something else or hear something else that does add some value to our programs, we're looking for where we can get the bigger bang for the buck to make sure we maintain the programs we need in the state.
Chief,
Go right ahead.
Jeannie Freeman for the record. Just to confirm, did you say 644,000 or is it 641,000?
Sorry, I'm going off the top of my head. I thought it was 644. But it's in that neck of the woods. Kelly, can you confirm what dollar amount it is that we do need to find?
Kelly Anderson, for the record, Jeannie's right. It's 641.
Hey,
Kelly,
we just found another $3,000, so that's good, right?
Perfect.
Kelly Echeverria, for the record. Kelly Anderson, does that include the 7,649 that was already reduced by John Backadall?
No, it does not. So the total right now that we're looking for is 633, 646, 17 cents.
Thank
And again, this comes up another agenda item. I just wanted everyone to start thinking about that as you're ranking these projects. And we'll rank them individually for the ones that are just an increase, and then we'll rank again for the ones that are the true competitive projects, and then we'll vote on what we fund. But know that there is a $634,000, $636,000 gap that we need to fix. Anyone have any other questions, comments, or concerns about item number 8 on our agenda? Okay, I'm going to close item number 8. We're going to move to item number 9. This is for federal fiscal year 2021 State Homeland Security Program project and budget proposal presentations for new and enhanced project proposals. Be discussion only. The committee is going to hear presentations from agency representatives who submitted a new or enhanced project for fiscal year 2021. They'll have 5 minutes to present an overview of the projects. And then again, if I should have related this last time, committee members do have a sheet called, the top of it's labeled Group 3. If you want to follow along with that, so that way you can work on your rankings for when we get to item number 12 for this group. So we'll start with the very first project here is from the Department of Administration, the Enterprise IT Services. Do we have somebody to represent that?
We do.
Perfect. Thank you, ma'am. Go right ahead.
This is Lisanne Maffei with Enterprise IT Services as the Chief of IT Research and Planning with the Nevada Department of Administration. With me online is Jason Benshoof, the IT Manager for Enterprise IT Services, or EATS. This request for the Cybersecurity FIPS Cryptography Support Project implements the Federal Information Processing Standard Security, or FIPS, requirements for the Nevada Department of Public Safety's Criminal Justice Information System, or NCJIS. This protects sensitive information contained on critical infrastructure and provides security controls for the expeditious exchange of criminal justice or related information, protecting law enforcement technology infrastructure against cyber terrorism and malicious interference. It has additional benefits to other areas as well, such as election security and those requiring security background checks. The project maintains network appliances under FIPS compliance, building on the HSGP 2015 FIPS compliance for DPS in that year. This is to ensure FIPS certification for law enforcement and other entities, requirements to be compatible with CJIS transactions. CJIS is to ensure FIPS certification for law enforcement and other entities in order to use the network appliances to transmit the CJIS data. It must meet the encryption requirements of the CJIS policy. When criminal justice information is transmitted outside the boundary of the physical secure location, the data shall be immediately protected via encryption. When encryption is employed, the cryptographic module used shall be FIPS 140 certified, using a symmetric cipher key protecting the criminal justice information for law enforcement. Also, it provides physical security mechanisms to prevent access to information stored within the cryptographic module. The centralized management solution provides detailed analytics, logging, and auditing across the devices, services, and apps as required. This has a nexus to terrorism. It protects CJIS and other systems through cryptography from acts involving sabotage, coercion, or violence intended to cause damage, destruction, or impairment to critical infrastructure and communications on state systems. The systems provide protection from terrorism, organized crime, and malicious state actors before, during, and after an incident has occurred. No ongoing maintenance costs for the FIPS cryptography project is expected to be incurred through future HSGP funding. That's how we normally do it. State budget requests are made to cover the maintenance. This project is a one-time package to cover the DPS CGIS requirements, does not have reductions, but it's much less than previous year's requests. I want to thank the committee for every consideration for this project's funding. We must continue to protect our communications system in the state. Thank you. Do we have any questions? Jeannie.
I am now Jeannie Freeman for the record. I'm now known by people who have never known me before. So, thank you a lot for your presentation. I feel completely inept. I don't really have an understanding of what you're describing and how it fits into this funding stream. So if you can, for my sake, dumb it down a little bit to help me understand how this fits into the grant, this funding stream, that would be really helpful for me.
Department of Public Safety requires this protection, and the protection itself is for law enforcement to not have their systems interrogated and maliciously damaged.
So if this is a requirement, then where has the funding for this kind of support come from in the past?
Well, in 2015, it was from HSGP.
Okay. And is this something that comes up for a renewal or a requested need every 5 to 6 years?
No, NIST, these requirements are reviewed, and this requirement has taken many, many, many years to be developed and put into place.
Okay, so in
infrequent.
In 2015, when the funding was requested for this aspect that DPS needed and is required, they've obviously had some modifications because technology has changed, computer systems have changed, hackers have changed in what their capacity is. So now they've been revised, and this is looking to sort of upgrade the state system to be in compliance with what the current requirements are. Is that what the request is?
We view it as an increase in security. May we have Jason maybe put his spin on it? If you'd like to, he can pop in as well. He's on phone line.
I sure will.
Perfect.
Yeah. Hi. Good morning, everyone. For the record, my name is Jason Benchuf. I'm the IT Manager 3 over the Open Systems Group. That's part of the Department of Administration Enterprise IT Services Division. Part of my group handles enterprise infrastructure management, and there are a few devices that we are discussing today that are pretty important to statewide communications. They're manufactured by a company called F5. Been around since I think around 1997. We're describing their big IP product. Originally, this started as a load balancer. The idea there was to make applications more usable. They did load balancing to provide failover, high availability, redundancy, reduce latency, and just kind of improve application performance. But over the years, the product has evolved, and it does a lot more than just load balancing now. Let's see, there's a few security-related features in this that I do want to mention. It does application traffic management. It does security management. It's basically a web application firewall. There's application policy management, which is access control for both encrypted and non-encrypted applications. It has some advanced firewall functionality, prevents against denial of service attacks, basically acts as a firewall for the data center. There's IP intelligence, blocks bad IP addresses, helps prevent phishing attacks, botnets. It's actually a very sophisticated piece of equipment for protecting us against fraud, threats. It does leverage advanced encryption, which is kind of the focus of this discussion. So the FIPS certification, this is a standard for securing this equipment. It's set by the United States federal government, and it's basically the approved level of protection for cryptographic modules. This is the module that handles encrypting traffic when it is being transferred over untrusted or trusted networks.
Okay, so Jeannie, a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I guess a question that I have, this is Jeannie Freeman for the record again, is that when we're looking at this, and as you probably listened to the presentations that have already happened with projects that are to be maintained, and there's a need for cutting over $630,000 from the projects that are already on the maintained side. And I realize that this is, as Alison said, a single time request of $60,000. Where would the funding come from if it doesn't come from this funding stream? How is this going to be maintained? Because there may be the potential that we can't fund this project. And so I'm trying to figure out what is the detriment if it isn't funded and we're cutting, we're having to cut from projects that are already in place. What is that going to mean, and where are you going to go for funding if we are unable to fund it today? And just so everybody in this group, from this project on down, that'll be a question. You'll get it from me on every single one. So be prepared to answer it, just kind of curious.
Well, for the record, Jason Benchuf for Open Systems Group at Enterprise IT Services. I don't have an answer for an alternative funding mechanism. That has not been my role in the project. I think that the proposal does offer a lot of value. The idea is that these appliances do handle several important and, in fact, mission-critical functions, which serve a pretty wide variety of communications and traffic management purposes for a large number of state agencies. And enhancing the security and the capabilities, adding the protections, and reducing the likelihood of any form of tampering would be beneficial to all government operations across the board. I know that there is a clear public safety focus. It does meet the Department of Public Safety's FIPS requirement, but protecting our network communications infrastructure will protect everyone who uses it. And I hope that helps.
This is Sean Romeyer. If I could just jump in real quick, because there was a lot of great information that was just relayed, but still perhaps a bit complicated for non-technical folks. And so I'm gonna just dumb it down as best I can. So what this grant proposal will do essentially is purchase technology or continue the purchase of technology that encrypts all of the internet traffic related to public safety data. So all law enforcement agencies across the state access criminal justice information system data. And this program encrypts that traffic so it can't be compromised by a malicious actor. That's the story. So obviously one could understand that if this data was compromised, how impactful that would be across the state. Not only that, we're moving FBI data as well. So there would be significant fallout with the FBI and our federal partners. So I hope that helps kind of underscore, and obviously at a very, very, very high level, what this does and why it's important. And honestly, in the grand schemes of things, 60 grand is, that's a pennies on the dollar investment for what we get as a state with this project. And if there's more questions, keep them coming because it's an important topic.
Thanks, Sean. I really appreciate you explaining it at that 45,000 foot level. We have to be able to do that sometimes, right, with a variety of people from different backgrounds hearing these same projects. The question still stands, however, is that we have to cut $630,000 plus from the existing proposals that are there from the projects that are maintained. And so my question sits as to, is there another place that this funding can be sought from And if we don't do this, what is the detrimental effect? Like, are we at that point where if we don't make that upgrade now, that we're putting the state and our law enforcement agencies at a place where it negatively impacts their jobs and the safety of the public and the safety of their officers? Do we have another year? Where are we in that kind of situation? I don't understand how this kind of stuff evolves and how quickly that goes into effect.
Sure, great questions. And I certainly don't want to speak for the Department of Administration, but my guess is that this came down as a new federal requirement, and because of the highly rigid general funding stream through the state, the grant option was the fastest way to meet this compliance. Additionally, I would imagine that if this funding was not provided through the grant, the Department of Admin and likely the Department of Public Safety would solicit funds from the state directly through an IFC or something to that effect. Do you want to jump in there? I see you grinning, Allison. Again, I don't want to speak for you, but this is a critical project, and funding would have to be identified somewhere.
Thank you, Sean. This is Lisanne Maffei. Dr. Freeman, it's true. It's not a regularly funded budget item. It's become available because of regulations. The technology has become available because of regulations, which is wonderful that this new availability, new FIPS certification process is warranted. We need the protection, and the funding was not forthcoming in any other avenue. And we have had that before to start many cybersecurity programs within the state that HSGP has allowed and afforded us, and is much appreciated. And this is one of those, and it's actually much less than what we normally put forth.
Thank you so much. I appreciate everybody's patience with my questions. That takes care of my questions. Thank you.
Chief Kelly Anderson, for the record, I just have a little follow-up here on the $60,000 request. I just want to ask why 4 licenses, and how does that work, and the funding that goes behind those 4 licenses. So is 4 just a magic number, or are they for 4 specific feeds? That would be great if you could.
Jason should be able to answer and respond to that, but that is where the FIPS licenses and this big eye F5 product is maintained within the facility. Jason. Or does that answer your question, Kelly?
No. So I think we additional information just to tell us, why 4? Is it 4 feeds? Is it 4 people? Is it 4 agencies?
Yes, this is Jason Benchuk for the record. There's 4 devices, 2 that are on our internal network and 2 that are external facing. And they are redundant, all of which would need to be upgraded to the same level in order to have the failover and redundancy that is desirable at an enterprise level.
We did look into, could we do fewer licenses, and it's not an option. Sorry.
No, thank you. Thank you for that explanation. That's helpful. And then these are the type of cyber projects that DHS is looking for. So, but I just wanted to make sure I got that down in my notes. I appreciate it.
Perfect. Thank you, everyone, for that discussion. Carrie, you got something there? It looks like.
Carrie Underwood for the record. Just a clarification question. 4,000-foot level again, if Sean wants to weigh in, but just want to verify the encryption needs to do this for the Insidia systems at that level. Is there any downstream effect on the user end and any potential fiscal impact to all of us who are on the receiving end of the encrypted data?
Sean Romeyer for the record. And you can jump in if Eats wants to jump in and take that. That either way works. You'll probably get a more technical answer that will meet your needs, Carrie.
Yeah, and Jason Benchy, for the record again, this will be transparent to end users. We'll provide some additional protections to anyone that uses the devices, including citizens that interact with their government using the internet. But there's no impact to end users other than they'll have additional security.
Perfect. Any other questions for this agenda, for this item, for this project? Okay, seeing none, I'd like to take a 10-minute break because I've got a bunch of people asking for a bathroom break. So I'm going to invoke the Caleb Cage rule and we're going to take a 10-minute break. I'd like to remind everyone, though, that we have 10 projects remaining that we have to go through. So take this 10-minute break to think about the who, what, where, when, and how, and the pain if your project's not funded. And we do have 5-minute limit, and I will start holding us to that 5-minute limit on the presentation. So please be clear, concise with your talking points. So that way we can evaluate your project appropriately. And so it's 11:08. We'll come back at 11:18. My hope is to get through agenda items 9, 10, and 11 and 12. So that way then we can go to lunch while they're getting the data for us to do 13. Thank you. Hello, everybody. It is 11:16, just turned 11:17, so we got one more minute till we come back on. Okay, it's 11:18. Hopefully we're starting to see people come back on. Karen, if I can get you ready to conduct roll for us.
Okay, sir, let me know when you're ready.
Looks like we're getting everybody back on. Let's go ahead and start the roll, ma'am.
All right, Dave Fogerson,
Present.
Billy Samuels,
Present.
Andy Ancho,
Present.
Roy Anderson,
Present.
Travis Anderson,
Present.
Noah Boyer,
Present.
Elizabeth Breeden, James Chrisley,
Here.
Jason Danon,
Here.
Cassandra Darrow.
Present.
Elizabeth, was that you on the line?
Yes, it was.
All right, thank you. Bob Denhart,
Present.
Craig DiPolo, Kelly Echeverria,
Present.
Andrea S., Jeannie Freeman,
Here.
Mike Heidemann,
Present.
Eric Holt, David
Present.
Huncup. I'm sorry, thank you, Eric. David Huncup, Jeremy Hines, Jeremy, are you on the line? Move forward. Graham Kent, Marianne LaFoon,
Here.
Chris Lake.
I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Carolyn Levering, Ryan Miller,
I'm here.
Tennille Pereira, Matthew Peterson.
Here.
I'm sorry, Tennille.
Sorry.
Matthew Peterson. Carolyn Levering, sorry, I couldn't unmute quick enough. Sorry, I got you down.
Thank you.
Sean Rahmeyer,
Present.
Misty Robinson,
Here.
Rachel Skidmore,
I'm here.
Corey Silverino,
Here.
Melinda Southard,
Here.
Carrie Underwood,
Here and unmuted.
Mike Wilson,
Here.
Stephanie Woodard, Wendy Bishop,
Here.
Rebecca Bodner, Kate Callahan, Felix Castanola, Mike Dezak, Melissa Friend,
Here.
Cheryl Gonzalez, Moira Howenstein,
Jill Hemingway, Patricia Herzog, Casey, Selby Marks, Catherine Nielsen, and Samantha Laddick.
Here.
Chair, you do have quorum.
And this is Selby, I'm here.
Thank you, sir.
Jeremy Hines as well.
Great, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, everyone. We are on item number 9 still. We're looking at project number 17 for the Washoe County Emergency Management Homeland Security Program, the Homeland Security Program Assistant. Again, we're looking for the who, what, where, when, and how, and the pain that's felt if we don't fund your program 5 minutes or less, with the hopes of getting through items 9, 10, 11, and 12 within an hour and 10 minutes, just to manage some expectations.
Thank you, Chief. I will do my best to speak incredibly fast but deliver accurate information for everyone. Kelly Echevarria, Washoe County Emergency Manager. Thank you for the opportunity to present on our Homeland Security Program Assistant today. Washoe County's population is increasing at an incredible rate. We're now well over 500,000. With that comes additional challenges and responsibilities, some of which you've heard about today. This position allows our office to meet those challenges and incorporate Homeland Security priorities such as planning, operational communication, public information and warning, supportive fusion centers, and cybersecurity. Despite the challenges presented by COVID, the position, which has been in place for a year now, has made significant strides. So 15 months into the position, so a little over a year, Jessica Adams is our program assistant. She is managing the statewide COOP projects. She obtained her Fusion Liaison Officer certification, which allows her to serve as the conduit for flow of Homeland Security and crime-related information between the field, fusion centers, and emergency management office. She is coordinating a county-wide cybersecurity tabletop exercise. She's increasing resilience in the region in coordination with Noah Boyer, who you met earlier, by providing bomb identification training for our Human Services Agency investigators in the field as a force multiplier to identify bomb pieces. She is working with IVGID to address cybersecurity in their plans as a result of their breach earlier this year. And coordinating with CISA on risk assessments for community events like Reno Rodeo, Reno River Festival, Art Town, among just a few. Her security clearance is awaiting final approval. Once she gets that, she'll be able to receive intel and coordinate with agencies like the National Guard. We are asking for $75,000, which is $17,000 less than our last ask. We hope that this is the last ask for this position. We came into this project with the hope of county taking on funding, and we're able to reduce our ask of the Homeland Security grant. Initially, we received a grant for just under $92,000, and the county provided $9,000 as a part of that position. And we took that out of our existing emergency management budget to start the position and continue to fund that out of our budget. The county has increased how much they're offering to this position to $29,115.80. So we did an in-depth analysis to calculate a more accurate number for our ask. This grant was started with the 2019 grant, but the position was not able to start until January of 2020. So there's a delay in being able to expend funds, but so far we're on track, and we hope that this will be our last ask. We were not able to obtain an increase this year because of COVID, so the county was not providing above base requests for positions. But I think we'll be able to get back on track next year. And with this being a 2-year grant, hopefully the county will assume the entire cost of the position by the end of this grant period. $75,000 was calculated using current salary and COLA and merit increases on the high end of that scale. So there's a little wiggle room within that number. About the low end of the scale would be 9,000 less. So obviously we want to plan for, we don't know what the COLA shakeout is going to be. It's a 3-year negotiation. So we we are hoping for the best, but planning for the largest amount so that this position is covered. Within the time frame of this grant, our hope is that this position will be able to create a plan for cybersecurity with Washoe County IT, work with IT to ensure cloud and firewall security, and a proactive monitoring system that detects and prevents intrusions, which is in line with new NRS requirements. Provide support for regional critical infrastructure hardening, increase resilience for infrastructure planning for regional dams, and incorporate cybersecurity into our COOP planning. So quite a lot for this position to do. The loss of the position would be incredibly detrimental to our program. I hope that I've provided that in explanation of the position's duties and what they've been able to accomplish so far. Thank you for your time. Happy to answer any questions. And I hope I talked fast enough for you there, Chief.
You did. Thank you. Go ahead, Jeannie.
Jeannie Freeman for the record. Kelly, this amount of $75,000, does it take into account the amount that the county is actually contributing to the position? And if so, yeah. So then that means that this position is the cost of this position is more along the lines of $95,000?
So the high end with this $75,000 would be just over $99,000 for the entire cost of the position. Okay. Which is up from the original $92,000 because of merit increases in COLA.
Okay. And a question for you related to the conversation as you presented, there were several times that you mentioned that you're hopeful that the county will take this on as a position. Have there been conversations that when the county looks to hiring positions or creating positions that this is the priority position for them? Or is it just one of many that they tell everybody, hey, at some point we're hopeful that that position is going to be one that we pursue?
So the county committed way back in 2019 grant application timeframe to assuming responsibility for this position. They committed to this plan, which allowed us to then come to the Resilience Commission and ask for the initial grant. Of course, every year, everyone is asking for positions and their competing resources, but this is a priority of the Office of the County Manager. Assistant county managers are well aware that this position is a priority and that we are on a ticking time frame to take over funding for the position.
And so there is, with the county committing, they haven't given a date to which that commitment is?
So our budget team is not able to commit on paper, you will absolutely get this amount of increase in the future because of things like COVID, which the county, took a large hit initially financially and caused spending freeze, hiring freeze, no above base requests. So because of those contingencies, the county can't officially commit to any kind of increase, but I don't want to say unofficially, we've agreed to, hopefully within the time frame of this, take over the cost of the position.
Okay, thank you.
And also thank you, Jeannie, for asking me questions. I would have felt really left out had you not.
Any additional questions for Kelly? Perfect, thank you, Kelly. Let's move on to the Washoe County Sheriff's Office with the Northern Nevada Regional Information Intelligence Center.
Chief Fulgerson, members of the committee, Corey Solferino for the record, representing the Washoe County Sheriff's Office, and I currently serve as the director of the Northern Nevada Regional Intelligence Center. Thank you for this opportunity today. You saved me collectively from a day at the Nevada legislature, and I needed a much needed break after the first several days, so thank you very much.
Our project was modified this year in order to be more effective and efficient in the delivery of timely, actionable intelligence to many of the first responders across the state of Nevada. Our request reduces the active number of user licenses for our GeoShield platform and increases the data source tie-ins in order to be a better service to our regional partners. This will aid in the research of historical data, access to multiple RMS databases, and increases our investigatory capacity. The 2020 summer of social unrest, rioting, and VIP details across the swing state of Nevada, taxed intelligence centers across the nation, and their specific responses to these events proved their worth. Southern Nevada Counterterrorism Center, NTAC, Northern Nevada Regional Intelligence Center, and the Northern California Regional Intelligence Center work collaboratively to ensure the front lines have the best intelligence possible to identify, plan, and coordinate responses to active situations, and furthermore led to the proper identification and arrest of some of the most violent offenders and provide a watch list for these individuals who took their show on the road. These events were properly staffed and had active intelligence officers on the ground for valuable identification of bad actors and repeated offenders who were actively involved antagonists in protests, rioting, and planned social discord. NRAC has partnered with the Northern Nevada Gun Initiative, NCRIC, and other statewide administrators to combat the illegal transfer, sales, and trade of firearms across our state. It should come as no surprise that crimes of violence and gun offenses specifically have spiked this year across our state. Part of this project is additional data source tie-ins to create a gun operations analytical package to help connect crimes across the state and the Las Vegas-Reno Bay Area triangle. Unfortunately, criminals do not know or respect jurisdictional boundaries, and valuable data sources sit in repositories outside of our purview. Connecting these data sources and access to information helps keep Nevada safe and provides invaluable information to our resilience capacities. This project is scalable, Chief, and presented to you today as the Cadillac plan. So is broken into 3 tiers. With each tier reduction is a reduction in overall system capabilities. What we'd like to see what the full funding package could bring to the table in Northern Nevada, we are amenable to reductions in order to ensure other projects are given their deserved consideration. And also with this, Chief, a lot of this money, because we did reduce our annual license certifications, you'll know that this is a plus-up project from last year. Our annual recertification would go down to $15,000 approximately annually. So while this one is a significant increase in what we've been approved in the past, this does have the ability to go down exponentially in the years to come. And I continue to search for county funding in order to take that on entirely and not have to hit up this body for these types of funds. I'd be happy to entertain any questions, sir.
Thank you. Jeannie?
Good morning. On the grant application under question 19, it asks whether or not this is a build or sustain, and it was checked that this is a sustain project, but the way that you're describing it is that it would be sort of a build on increase or enhancing what our aspects are or what our capabilities are across in Washoe County. Is that true?
It's a merger of both, Jeannie. Corey Solferino for the record. So what it does is it reduces the amount of annual funding that we give our software developers, GeoShield, to churn some of those user licenses monies into additional capacities and tie-ins. So we've redone the way that we are currently looking at disseminating information. So as you guys know from this committee last year, the Reno Police Department, the City of Sparks Police Department, Washoe County Sheriff's Office collaboratively have all of their research analysts and crime analysts in one location housed out of NRAC. We are also in conversations with the state to provide a DPS officer from parole and probation that will be working in conjunction with us, as well as ATF and Nevada HIDA. With having everybody in one house to serve as those analytical components, we're pulling back our licenses that were disseminated across the region to other executives, detectives, officers out in the field to be the true vetting source of information. As you know, only good intelligence is verified, actionable intelligence. A lot of times out there, especially with the advent of social media, creates hysterical type of incidents that are not vetted. That are being duped from state to state to state. So what we do is we work in concert with NTAC, Southern Nevada Counterterrorism Center, and our regional fusion centers to verify that data, vet that data, and control the access of information within our span of purview. So by doing that, this is an opportunity that we normally give GeoShield the money to come up with our action plan for the year. This is specifically getting us what we need and then reducing the amount of user licenses to only those that are housed within the NRAC facility and not outside of our span of control, if you will.
Okay, you also indicated that this is the Cadillac plan, and as outlined in the application, there are the different tiers, and it said to go to the different tiers, it comes at a cost, and we see what that is. I'm curious as to that Cadillac plan, what is the capability that is lost if you go to tier 2 or if you go to tier 3? Because there's a big jump between tier 1 and tier 2 and a more minor jump between tier 2 and tier 3. So what is it? What is the capacity that is lost between tier 1 and tier 2?
Our ability to access, sorry, Corey Solferino for the record, to Eugenie. Basically what it does is it limits the amount of data source tie-ins that we have. With gun crimes, we've been very successful locally. Last legislative session under Assemblyman Roberts, worked with him and Chuck Calloway from LVMPD to make NIBINS reporting mandatory within the state. So NIBINS is our national incident-based recording system for essentially cell casings. It allows us to prioritize and connect crimes across the region. This provides us the ability to tie into different ATF sources, to tie into Bay Area sources. We do have, especially in Northern Nevada, a large influx of criminals who come in from the Bay Area, guns for drugs and vice versa. So this gives us the ability to tie into some of those data sources and connect crimes and identification profiles to give out to the different user agencies within that area. So it is truly a cross-state, cross-region application. So by scaling it back, it just provides us the ability to have less data tie-ins to different agencies.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any additional questions for the lieutenant? Perfect, thank you. And I appreciate you making it scalable so we can have that discussion in that agenda item. We'll move to project number 19 from the Nevada Secretary of State, Net Flow and Intrusion Detection System Monitoring Analysis. Again, 5 minutes, who, what, where, when, and how, and what's a pain if we don't fund this project for you.
Absolutely, thank you. Good morning, Chief Fogerson and members of the committee. For the record, I am Mark Voloshin, Deputy Secretary of State for Elections. Our request is for $128,160 for net flow and intrusion detection system monitoring and analysis, which protects state and county elections infrastructure. As a reminder, the Department of Homeland Security designated elections infrastructure as part of the nation's critical infrastructure in 2017. You may note that this request is $6,230 less than our FY20 request due to our efforts to realign the county service contracts. That effort resulted in our paying for 14 months for some service contracts in order to align all of the counties. For background, in FY19, the Office of the Secretary of State purchased the Albert sensor hardware for 12 counties using the Help America Vote Act, or HAVA grant funds. The remaining 5 counties received their hardware and monitoring services through DHS funding provided directly to the Center for Internet Security, or CIS. They continue to receive their monitoring services through DHS funding. We were originally awarded the federal fiscal year 2018 State Homeland Security Program in September of 2018. And we received $104,640 to pay for Albert sensor cost initialization costs and annual IDS and net flow monitoring analysis services for the 12 counties. We were later awarded federal fiscal year 19 State Homeland Security Program funds and received approximately $90,000 to continue paying for the intrusion detection systems and net flow monitoring analysis services. We paid for the renewal of these services as each county's previous service expired. In November of 2020, again, we received $134,390 to continue paying for these systems. As mentioned, that amount allowed us to align all 12 county service periods to expire on the same time, which will be June 30th of 2022. This federal fiscal year 21 request will fund the 12 counties through June 30th, 2023. The other 5 counties are expected to receive their services through DHS funding. The Albert sensors have absolutely proven their worth based on our experiences during the 2020 election cycle. Across the state, we witnessed foreign and domestic threats ineffectively attempt to interfere with our elections. The Albert sensors are an integral part of our statewide, multi-layered effort to prevent foreign and domestic cyber attacks on our elections infrastructure. They are monitored 24/7 by the DHS Security Operations Center. A lack of funding could have a significant and detrimental effect on future elections. We recommend that this request be funded as requested. Of note, in order to preempt the question about alternative funding, the HAVA grant that I've referenced earlier has been earmarked and is dedicated towards the construction of a top-down voter registration system, so that is no longer an option for funding source. The only alternative may be to push this to the counties, which have identified, due to some fiscal limitations of their own, that some of these counties may end up cutting it. It's worth remembering also that in the 2020 election cycle, it went surprisingly well considering, again, that there was no foreign or domestic cyber terror attacks that infiltrated our state elections infrastructure. If this wall, again, the sensors, is degraded, then there's an increased chance that in future elections there will be foreign and domestic involvement from a cyber point of view, which may ultimately create more headaches for many of the other individuals on this call today. That concludes my comments. I'm available for questions.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. I appreciate the brevity. I do have a question for Sean. Sean, on your rankings, you ranked this number 2, but I showed 2 number 1s. Is that correct? You tied your number 1s?
So this is Sean Rahmeyer for the record. I'll have to review. Are you looking at the combined meeting materials?
Yeah, there's an Excel sheet they gave me so I can blow it up so I actually read it. And it shows the last project we heard, the first one from Do It was ranked number 1, shows this one ranked number 2, and then it shows the cyber tracking tool number 1 as well.
Yeah, so I had a lengthy conversation with Karen Hall last night to explain the new grouping methodology because I was I apparently was slow to pick up the new process. So I actually ended up sending several of the rankings after part of the process of figuring out this new structure. So for SHSP projects to be maintained, we've ranked Washoe County. It's actually the only project that meets this new bucket. With the SHSP new projects, which the 3 projects, one of which we heard earlier, and then this project, and then one more. We ranked the FIPS project number 1, NetFlow, this Secretary of State project number 2, and the cyber tracking tool number 3.
Okay. Sorry for putting you on the spot there, Sean.
No, you're fine. If I have somehow documented that in incorrect fashion, it's likely due to my not understanding your new bucket methodology. So I apologize for that. And really, I would just echo too, as part of this NetFlow project, obviously the impact is significant and really just splitting hairs with the FIPS project. I mean, the breadth and scope of these are both immense and significant. And it was really hard to, put one over the other, really. And I would just offer too, as part of this NetFlow project, that historically how the counties have deployed this technology, while it's designed for supporting election IT infrastructure, many counties have deployed it in a way that they can also leverage the technology for additional protection of IT infrastructure. So one of the great byproducts is increased security of other non-election related infrastructure. And we work very closely, our office works very closely with a lot of the counties, and we've heard nothing but positive results from this initiative. So it's a great project, and we rated it appropriately.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, sir. Any other questions regarding this project from anyone? There is the little comment to think about that some of these, when we start looking at, if we could send it back to the county, are there, between the CARES Act funding, the latest American Rescue Plan money, is there other funding streams for them for the counties as well that don't come with quite as many ties as some of these grants do that might tie into? Might not be an answer for this one, but something to keep in the back of your heads. Some of these might be locally funded through some of those COVID type funds as well. So we'll move on to project number 12, the Moapa Valley Fire Protection District, looking for a mass casualty project.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stephen Deal, and I'm the fire chief for the Moapa Valley Fire District. Thank you for everyone's opportunity to present our project to the board. Our project proposal is to prepare the Moapa Valley Fire District to respond to any act of terrorism within our jurisdiction and also surrounding areas. Our jurisdiction is located in the northeast part of Clark County and is approximately 60 miles north of Las Vegas and 30 miles south of Mesquite on I-15. Currently, we do not have the equipment to respond to any act of terrorism. The proposed project is to request funding to properly equip Mohawk Valley Fire District with the equipment to be able to treat victims of terrorism, to include bleeding control kits, trauma gauze, tourniquets, quick clot, quick litters, and other bleeding control supplies. The project also includes stocking a trailer that has already been purchased by the Mohawk Valley Fire District with MCI treatment area supplies to be able to treat victims involved in any act of terrorism. Due to the remoteness of our jurisdiction and the average response time for an ambulance from Las Vegas being 50 to 60 minutes, we anticipate we will have victims in our treatment areas for a prolonged period of time, which makes this piece of our proposal vital to saving lives. Due to our current limited resources, remote area, and prolonged response from our surrounding partners, our plan is to arrive on scene and begin to throw bleeding control kits to victims, to self-administer or assist other citizens in administering life-saving bleeding control until more resources arrive. Once more resources arrive and our situation dictates, we will begin to triage and extract victims to our treatment areas, where our responders will begin to treat the victims until they are able to be transported to the hospital. Again, our project is requesting funding to purchase equipment to allow the Mohawk Valley Fire District to respond and treat victims of terrorism. This request is also a one-time request. If the project is not funded, due to our current budget shortfalls, due to the current COVID-19 pandemic, we will not be able to purchase this vital life-saving equipment, which will have a negative impact when we respond to an act of terrorism within our jurisdiction. And thank you for your time, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Jeannie?
Chief, Jeannie Freeman for the record. Question for you. You indicated that this is a one-time purchase request or one-time grant request. How is the agency going to be ensuring that they can sustain these items? As we know, they're consumable items and products, many of them, and some of them expire and have very short expiration dates, specifically related to some of the things that we use for bleed control. So I'm curious as to, is this going to be an item or a line item for replacement that the agency builds into their budget, or is this going to be something that you will seek funding in other sources?
Yes, that's a great question. So 2 years ago, we separated from the Clark County Fire Department. So we're a new agency. We're just getting our feet underneath us. And so right now we are seeking other revenue sources through ambulance transports and for wildland deployments. So as those supplies and equipment need to be replaced, we'll have additional revenue sources at that time to be able to add that item into our budget to be able to replace those things. Obviously, the tourniquets we're not going to be using on a regular basis and be able to, put those into our regular supplies on our ambulances. But the other things, as far as gauze and IV supplies and airway supplies, we'll be able to rotate those through our normal operation and be able to replace those through our normal operation. So we'll be able to sustain it long term through our normal budget.
Great, thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
Chief Kelly Echeverria for the record. I'm wondering if you have already explored those other funding opportunities like public health preparedness grants.
I've applied for those. I just have not been successful on those currently.
Copy, thank you.
And Chief, that's something that you should really see if you can reach out to Southern Nevada Health District and talk to them about. They do get quite a bit of preparedness money for that. And I know that Jeannie's helped the Quad counties, and I know Washoe County, Andrea has helped the Washoe County agencies a lot, especially with the stop to bleed items, to make sure that we're meeting that. CDC seems to hand out money a little more freely than what FEMA does and DHS does for us. So should your project not get funded, or even for those longer term suggestions, just another avenue for you to look.
Perfect, appreciate it.
And Chief, this is Misty Robinson. You can contact me directly.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions for the chief? Okay, we'll move on to the next project, which is project number 21. This is the DEM NIMS competitive. John Backendall.
I can still say good morning for a few more minutes. Chair and committee members, thank you for the opportunity again. Grant number 3 here for us. This is a competitive portion of the NIMS, additional funding We've requested this for the last 3 years after being added additional funds 4 years ago through this process to help support training, exercise, planning efforts throughout the state of Nevada. I did a little bit of a change in this particular grant for this year. This grant specifically going to be utilized for the enhancement of IMT, incident management team capabilities, north and south for training, exercise, travel. We're trying to coordinate a plan for them. Our ops supervisor here, Lenina McGee's been performing a lot of the training with some of those contract trainers that we've brought in. We're looking at performing a large scale exercise over the next year to incorporate the Emergency Management Assistance Compact, the EMAC process, to close and check a box there. But we want to utilize that to help support the IMT efforts and actually deploy an IMT to either our exercise or another exercise to start making them capable, not only for Nevada, but as well as for deploying on what they've been accepted for on the FEMA national list to be a deployable type 3 team for any incident in the state of Nevada. As everybody stated, everything is scalable at this point. I just want everybody to take into consideration that we cut this back last year dramatically and have been using the additional training and exercise funds due to COVID to close that gap. Hopefully we don't have a COVID next year, and we're looking for the funding to be able to continue the development of the statutorily required incident management assistance / incident management teams to help support all of you in your efforts and time of needs. So again, it is scalable. The dollar amount is not that much. The total value is $64,655. And again, it's geared entirely towards incident management team development and maintenance of.
Perfect. Thank you, John. Any questions for John?
Jeannie Freeman for the record. John, I have a question for you related to the travel request. And I know it's not a huge amount, but the cost of each trip at $1,265, is that 10 trips back and forth in the state, or is that multiple people that might be making just a couple trips?
So John, back it all for the record, that's what we would be looking to utilize to mobilize the important C and D components of the team for a one-time trip to do the exercise and support someone somewhere in the state.
Okay, great. Thank you.
John, Kelly Echevarria for the record. Could you talk a little bit more about the UASI Thyra SPR contact support?
So yes, we have 2 different grants that we do for Thyra support for the state. We have a grant that Billy Samuels presented on behalf of DEM for the UAG portion of this for the UASI down in Southern Nevada on Tuesday. And then this would be the stateside grant support to manage everyone else north of Clark County for the Thyra process through our contractor Wise Oak that we've used for the last 2 years.
Thank you.
So what you're saying then, John, is we're spreading around the cost to both the UASI and the Homeland Security grant to where the costs are incurred from.
John, back it all for the record. Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Okay. Any other questions for John? Thank you, John. We'll move to, looks like Noah with the Washington County Sheriff's Office for the air purifying respirator SCBA.
Still good morning for another 5 minutes. The APR request this year is kind of a project that has been scaled over the years. Originally in 2018, representatives from the Sheriff's Department came before this group with a heavy lift. It was about $500,000 to replace aged out APRs or gas masks as they're commonly known, as well as some SCBA equipment within our detention facility. At the time, because it was such a big project, it wasn't funded. In 2019, Lieutenant Solferino came before this group and asked for a scaled portion of that of just under $200,000. I'm willing to bet in 2019, if you would have told us we were going to face a pandemic in 2020, we probably would have had better odds of buying a lottery ticket. So fast forward, we get the gas masks, we implement them, and not only are we faced with the pandemic, but we're also faced with the civil unrest that we had to deal with in 2020. Both of those we saw the APRs and our SCBAs come into play as far as our personal protective equipment. These allow our frontline law enforcement officers to respond to CBRN events and provide that first line respiratory protection until we can get our brothers and sisters from the fire side on the SCBA equipment. This is a scalable project. We've scaled it in the past. And we can scale it again if need be. With that, I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Anyone with any questions? Okay, getting off easy there. We're going to move on to project number 23. This is the Board of Regents, Nevada System of Higher Education on behalf of UNRPD.
For the record, this is Sergeant Chris Nero, University Police Services, Northern Command assigned to Western Nevada College. And WNC serves approximately 4,600 students per semester over 4 counties. Western Nevada College has also been identified as the Nevada Division of Emergency Management offsite EOC location in Carson City. We're currently asking for $235,674.18 for an access security system. This consists of an electronic door locking and access system. So I came before the committee last year for this same project. And unfortunately, we were not approved. But just to alleviate some of the questions that I was asked last year, on the grant form, there is a $48,431.18 organizational fee. As I understand it, that is a federally approved fee that UNR charges for processing or handling the grant. Last year, I was told that we could eliminate that to save some money. And the other question I was asked last year, and maybe stop somebody from asking me again this year, we could probably do this program for less money to get it at least started, and then hopefully be able to come back in the future to get more funding to finish the program. And that's it.
Perfect. Thank you, Sergeant. Does anyone have any questions?
Jeannie Freeman for the record. Sergeant Nero, question for you is, if you're saying that you can do the project for possibly less funding, what does that amount look like if you can do it for potentially less funding?
So if my math is correct, half of that would be approximately 93,000. Depending on how you look at it, without the fee, it shows on there 187 with just out the UNR fee. But half of the total project cost, including the fee, would be 117,000. But half of the project without it would be $93,521.50. So.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Okay, let's move to project number 24. Thank you, Sergeant.
Thank you.
Department of Administration, Enterprise IT Services, the cyber tool tracking system.
Hello, I guess good afternoon is in order now by a few seconds. My name is David Axtell. I'm the state's chief enterprise architect from the Office of the CIO in the Department of Administration, Enterprise IT Services Division. I'm here to request support to create a cyber tool tracking system that provides a unified inventory of cybersecurity tools currently in use by state entities, as well as capturing and sharing associated experience information of those tools. This system would allow for communication of real and potential cyber terrorism threats, malicious interference, and the targeted disruption of service to users of the cybersecurity tools themselves, such as the recent SolarWinds incident. This system would accelerate coordinated response, faster mitigation of these incidents through the use of the unified cyber tool tracking system would reduce the risks state entities face. Additional benefits include improved statewide cybersecurity infrastructure planning based on the sharing of actual experiences with the tools by state entities. Cybersecurity tools protect and monitor infrastructure used to deliver services and communicate with Nevada citizens, and maintaining the integrity of this infrastructure against cyber terrorism is crucial for our citizens. highly damaging cyber-based attacks or threats of attacks against information systems may be made to intimidate or coerce government in pursuit of nefarious goals, blackmail, graymail, what have you, bringing terrorism to cyberspace with devastating results. The cyber tool tracking system enables statewide communication and sharing of information necessary to protect state systems and mitigate cyber attacks or threats of attacks. Recent attempts by both domestic and foreign state actors to compromise state systems, including the recent SolarWinds compromise incident, as well as the legislative activity to apply CIS controls, implementation of IT inventory controls, have elevated the need for protections of IT assets. Detailed inventory tracking covering control systems and traditional IT systems can make the difference between minutes versus days when assessing vulnerability risks. How quickly the response occurs is key to recovery. We plan to create this tool in the cloud on a platform as a service solution. The cloud platform would be vendor provided as an off-the-shelf software. Additional outcomes of this tool include improved core competencies in cybersecurity, reduction of spend on poor tools based on sharing of use information and efficacy of those tools, identification of real-world tool in performance, the increased knowledge of the base tool use, sharing tips and tricks between using agencies, and improve cybersecurity planning. The typical data that we would be capturing in this tool would be the using entity, the tool type, footprint, and name, number of tool users, the cost of the tool, success stories related to the implementation of the cybersecurity tool, the challenges, gaps, or failures of the tool to be shared with others, the ease of use of tools would be a ranking type of scoring, the training necessary for tool proficiency, ease of management, configuration of the tool, and then the entity using entity rating and ranking of the tool and the rationale of their ranking. Procurement of the tool will occur using the state's RFP process, so a competitive open bid type process. We intend to request sustainment in the next state biennial budget session. Continued sustainment of this system, of course, will depend on the legislative approval moving forward. We do not have any plans to request a sustainment from the HSGP funding stream. The amount is scalable, and basically with reductions of the grant funding resulting in reducing the scope and the access licenses to the system. We have we've looked at other funding mechanisms and streams and have been unsuccessful so far at obtaining them. Thanks for the opportunity to present this, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Jeannie?
Jeannie Freeman for the record. Is this a one-time request? Is that an anticipated one-time request since you said you're planning to go to the next legislative session and ask for funding, or somewhere to go ask for funding?
This is David Axtell for the record. Yes, this is a one-time request to bootstrap the system and get it in place. We believe that once the system is in use, the value that will be demonstrated will provide the easy justification for state funding moving forward.
Do you have a projection of what it would cost to maintain the tracking system if this is funded today as a one-time cost? Do you have a projection as to what the maintenance costs would be moving forward?
I do not have a hard number on that. I would estimate that it would be roughly $40,000 per year. The initial bootstrap of getting the system in place is relative about a third of the cost of this one shot, and then the yearly annual licenses would run about $40,000.
Okay, great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any additional questions?
Kelly Anderson for the record. So I just have a couple quick ones for you. So how long will this $60,000 last? Meaning, how many months of service do you anticipate this covering?
This would be a 12-month initial 12-month contract.
Okay, and just to kind of wrap up, just to wrap my head around it, because cyber projects are, challenging for non-cyber people. I just wanted to make sure that this is really kind of an assessment tool to kind of assess all your tools. Is that true?
This Dave Axtell for the record. Yes, it's an assessment, but it does crowdsourcing for the users of the tool so they can share their experiences more easily and online. But it also is an inventory tool. In the SolarWinds example, it took us several days to identify the users of the SolarWind tool because we do not have a statewide inventory system, and therefore communicating to the actual users of SolarWinds tools was very challenging and very lengthy. Had we actually had a breach because of that, we would have been in much more dire straits. And it really is a matter of just good fortune that we didn't have a breach on the tool, but many other entities around the country did. So this would have been able to allow us to reach out to those using agencies very quickly in a matter of probably a matter of minutes or hours at the latest, as opposed to several days in order to identify and communicate and coordinate the corrective action needed.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Any additional questions? Okay, we'll move to project number 27 from Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. This is for their tactical response vehicle.
Hi team, it's Rachel Skidmore for the record. You can hear me, yes Dave?
Yes ma'am.
Okay, thank you. All right, this project is a request for a secondary technical response vehicle. This request is for $350,000. The sustainment for this project would not be borne by the grant. If we were approved for this, all of the sustainment costs for this would be borne by LVMPD when we talk about vehicle maintenance updates and things to that regard. It is not scalable. It is an all or nothing grant. And because of the nature of our technical and surveillance section here at LVMPD, this asset would be a statewide deployable asset, as our TAS section is very regularly outside of our jurisdiction, throwing mesh networks and other things that are required. The important thing to note about the technical response vehicle is that it will already feed directly into our existing camera system and programs that are consumed by our Fusion Watch. So all of the feeds, data, and information that can be pushed real time will be pushed directly to the Fusion Center. So that would include anything with regard to drone footage or other things that they would be capturing out real time for that response. The dollar value allocated is 100% in intelligence and information sharing because it provides rapid response information for our incident commanders and those that are managing the Department Operations Center as well. So the $350,000 is in that strategic priorities as determined by the NOFO. And I do have Sergeant Brad Cupp on the line, who is the technical expert, if there are any questions with regard to what this vehicle is and what it does.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions?
Kelly Echevarria for the record. Jeannie's not speaking up, so I thought I'd step in. Rachel, can you speak to if you already have a vehicle of this type and what the addition of a second vehicle would do?
Yeah, absolutely. So I would love to segue to Sergeant Brad Cupp, but the importance here is that we have and were approved for a TRV years ago that we were able to build out, and it has been a screaming success. And by that, I mean we have this thing out beating the roads on a very regular basis, but it is a one single point of failure. That being said, if the vehicle is in for maintenance, if we are on another priority call, if there's something of significance going on, we really are truly dead in the water with not having any level of redundancy. We did request this last year, and we pulled the grant based upon limited funds available, so we're looking to request it again this year to be able to procure the vehicle. Sergeant Cupp, is there anything you would like to add to that?
To kind of piggyback onto what Rachel said, it also provides us the ability to cover multiple events that are separated by a distance without compromising operations here in the Las Vegas Valley. It also would allow us to expand the network coverage for a larger scale event than we can with one vehicle. It's important to note that because of the technology on board this vehicle, it readily integrates with not only the TRV we bought in the past, but all of the public safety camera systems that we have deployed through the public safety camera program here in Las Vegas, and will also seamlessly integrate with the citywide wireless mesh build out and the UAS program that is already underway for fiscal year 19 and 20.
Any other questions? Why is this, just a question, why did you put this as a state homeland security project instead of a UASI project? And is there an option to move it to UASI instead?
Yeah, no, we strategically put this one on SHSP this year so that it is a deployable asset. Regularly, our TAS team is responding to Nye County and outside of Clark County and other locations to be able to respond because it's such a technical expertise they bring to the table. It does not exist in some of our rural counties. So when we look at that Area 51 response that we had, it's our TAS team that's going out in advance, and they're throwing and setting up additional networks and doing phenomenal things that very smart people can speak to better than I can. But it's allowing us that capability to deploy and make it a truly statewide capability.
Completely understand, but even the UASI items are statewide assets because they're bought with federal dollars. So just looking for, as we start making cuts, this is a big dollar item one. So just want to put that one out there before people start trying to figure out to say no to it just because seeing a dollar amount and not realizing how it is usable. So thank you, Rachel. Any other questions? Okay, let's go to Nevada Department of Public Safety, the training division for an active shooter response and preparedness training. Is there anyone from DPS training on the line to discuss their grant application? If you're on the phone, I believe it's *6 to talk. Kelly, confirming that all the grant applicants received a notice that they had to appear today or their project would be pulled from the ranking.
Yes, sir, they were notified.
And somebody from DPS training division was notified of that fact.
Yes, it went out to all collaborators, all contacts, notifying them of the agenda as well, yes.
Okay.
Hey, Kelly, this is Rachel Skidmore for the record. While we're on that topic, I did have a question. When we were at the Urban Area Working Group earlier in the week, we had talked about potentially moving the UNLV program to the SHSP funding stream, but I didn't see them on the call, nor did I see their line item listed here. Was that something that we were going to add during the agenda item?
No, I mean, we talked about it a little bit in the UASI, and I kind of went back to all the different applicants. I think that one was a challenging one. I think that it can be funded under urban area. You know, we do request we are requesting funds at the state level for the THIRA support for the UASI portion of the THIRA as well. And they did confirm that those assets would not leave that jurisdiction, meaning that they wouldn't transfer them across the state for good. So I think that they answered my questions on that particular project.
Okay, I just wanted to circle back. I was concerned I didn't see them on the voting sheet, nor I was concerned they potentially weren't invited to present today. Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you.
I'll give one last chance while we had that break there to see if anybody from Nevada Department of Public Safety, the train division's on the line in order to discuss their grant proposal. Okay, hearing none, and if they are on the phone and watching on YouTube, it is *6 to get on the system. That is a requirement. You must have to show up to the NRAC in order to have it spoken about for us to vote on, so, or for us to rank. So Kelly, have we ever had this situation before where a project was submitted and people did not come, and what have we done in the past?
Chief, yes, Kelly Anderson for the record. So we have had this situation in the past, and we did, give them the time to speak up just in case, that they're not, unmuting themselves or, all that good stuff. But like you said, you just gave them additional time. We pulled them and zeroed out their project, unfortunately.
One last call for Department of Public Safety Train Division. If you're calling in on the phone, *6 to unmute yourself. If we don't hear from you, we will pull the project and zero it out. So then that makes our balance we're looking for now $280,000 less than what we're trying to do before. So it does make our dollar difference a little easier, but it's a shame to pull a project because of a lack of someone attending. And just again, confirming on the record, Kelly, that everyone was notified of this meeting?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And they are the last project on this agenda. So there's really no way to delay it any further. So with hearing nothing else, I'll close agenda item number 9. Unless there's any other questions or comments from the committee members. And you do have group 3 sheet once we get to item number 13 for ranking, or for item number 12 for ranking. That would be the group 3 sheet is what we've just gone through. Again, anyone from the Department of Public Safety Training Division on the line? Going once, going twice. Okay. Closing agenda item number 9, moving to agenda item number 10. This is a discussion of federal fiscal year state homeland security program, project proposal funding and modifications. Committee may discuss the project proposals and discuss total grant funded requested through the SHSP project proposal submission and review the next steps in the process. It is a discussion and possible action item. We don't really need an action item per se. We can do this just by discussion with the project submittals to see how much people are willing to cut to see if we can fund everything.
Hello?
Hi, is there someone on the phone?
Yes, this is Corporal Mueller with Nevada Department of Public Safety Training Division. We were trying to call in. We're having technical difficulties.
Okay. Based upon the technical difficulties, let me check with our legal counsel to see if I can reopen the agenda item that was closed. So stand by.
All right, we do apologize about that.
Hi, Dave. This is Samantha Laddick from the Attorney General's office. This is really an item of your discretion. You're certainly welcome to reopen an item. There's no prohibition.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. We were trying to call in for whatever reason. We couldn't unmute or whatever. We couldn't get through. So I apologize about that. So at your discretion, whenever you want us to brief, I'm ready to do that.
I'm willing to go back to item number 9 just because of the technology issues that we all know that we face. If this is an in-project meeting, I'd feel really good about not going back and just canceling the project. But because of technology issues that we have, I would feel good to go back to item number 9 as long as Chief Samuels, my co-chair, kind of feels the same way.
Okay. No, Chief, I was talking about the exact same thing. This happened a couple of days ago here with us. So I think that's a fair thing to do. It's just one of those things. So I agree with you, sir.
Cool. Thank you, sir. Corporal, go right ahead and let's hear a 5-minute who, what, where, how, and what is the pain if we don't fund your project.
Awesome. Thank you, committee staff, for your time. The goal for this project is to further enhance the state's ability to improve the protection of soft targets, crowded places, by giving our officers the advanced training and ability to be able to rapidly diagnose an active shooter scene while effectively and efficiently neutralizing or eliminating the threat in order to save civilian lives and minimize damage to civilian and or state federal property. As it currently stands, Nevada DPS does not have the location or ability to consistently and proactively train in MACTAC, which is the Multi-Assault Counterterrorism Action Capability. This project would be utilized in both urban and rural Nevada. This training would be available for new cadets going through our academy here at the training division, as well as in-service training across the 6 TPS divisions and 17 counties. Additionally, the intent would be to incorporate outside agencies in order to foster and enhance our relationships across the various law enforcement agencies across Nevada and further our ability as the state to protect soft targets through rapid response and deployment to an active shooter event. And that's all I have, ladies and gentlemen. So, Janine, if you have any questions.
Well, that does show there's a communication issue or a technology issue. You've been paying attention to meetings, so you're not lying to us on that. So thank you.
Jeannie, for the record, I actually do have a couple questions.
Yes.
When we're looking through the budget that's presented here and so forth, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding what the purchases are for, and trying to understand the equipment that is being requested and how that ties into the enhancement and the training associated with active shooter scenarios. I'm not going to list out I guess those items, like we've got the Glock items that are in there being purchased. Obviously we have rounds that are being requested for purposes just because they have to be able to practice those types of elements. But wouldn't those who are being trained for the enhancement of this, wouldn't they be coming with their own, would they be asked to bring their own equipment? Sometimes that is something that I know in law enforcement trainings that departments are asked to supply their staff with when they come to those trainings, or is this just for training of DPS staff?
So for the in-house for DPS, that's kind of why we were looking at the 17T specifically. So the Glock 17T is a simunition specific firearm. You can't convert it to an actual weapon. It's specifically used for sims. And how we kind of marketed this is we wanted to ensure the safety of our officers going through this. So that's why we're requesting that we also get the holsters for the 17T as well as mag carriers. That way we're not inducing live ammunition into this training scenario. That just helps us with the safety aspect of it. As far as outside agencies, if they want to bring their own ammunition rounds, that's kind of what we were talking about. I think that's what we want them to do. Kind of looking long term, we don't know because we haven't done this yet, so we don't know what our expenditure of the ammunition rounds are going to be. So we're not quite sure if we're going to need to, sustain this grant going forward. But to kind of mitigate that, we would probably ask outside agencies to provide their own munitions if they have it, if that answers your question.
It does. A follow-up question that I have for you is, unfortunately, we've seen more of these types of incidents around the country. We've experienced them in our own state on a variety of different levels. Are there other funding sources for this type of training equipment and this type of ask than coming through the SHSP?
So the big reason we kind of went through the HSGP is because our budget as a state has been cut. So for us to ask of this equipment, it's a big ask of the state. So, we were hoping to I guess, put our eggs in one basket by going through the HSGP rather than the state. We felt we had a higher chance of getting this approved in order to get the training we need.
Okay, what about other federal grant opportunities, programs that are geared specifically toward the active shooter situation? Are there other options there?
Not that I was aware of. This is kind of the one we kind of went with. So if there are other ones out there,
Okay.
this is the one we researched and found. So that's kind of what we went with.
All right. Thank you.
Any committee members with any additional questions for the corporal?
Dave, this is Rachel Skidmore for the record.
Oh, sorry, Rachel, go ahead.
Go ahead,
Thank
Rachel.
you. I just had a quick question with regard to what level of coordination and collaboration have you done with some of the entities in Clark County? Because I know that the LVMPD MACTAC section has procured several of these items, and we host the regional trainings, and we have the regional collaboration. We even do the joint trainings with CCFD, as we saw and heard at the UAG earlier. So I was curious, have you guys coordinated with the MACTAC individuals down here in Clark County?
So we actually have, I'm sorry, this is Sergeant Donna Villa, and I'm the Academy Commander up here at North. So we actually have, one of our troopers who comes up north and is assigned to that team for Las Vegas Metro. And so he's done the training for us up here. The problem is obviously the distance between us and them and travel costs and all of that. And for us to sustain that type of training for Northern Command up here and the rules out here, it would be in our best interest to have the materials available to us here.
Thank you. So then the 40 to 50 sets of, it looks like turtle gear and sims, that's just, it's going to be deployed around the state depending upon where you're hosting the trainings then, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Kelly Echevarria for the record. I was wondering if you could explain the Servitex IWTS and what that is.
Yes, the Servitex IWTS is the inflatable wall training system. So this is kind of a crucial part of the request, is that this allows us to essentially create a simunition-safe shoot house that is portable. We can recreate any situation we want. It's also, like I said, portable. We can also use it indoors as well as outdoors. As we know, in Nevada, we get pretty crazy winds. So instead of having to say, you know what, we can't train, we're able to, adapt and still keep this training consistent by taking it indoors. And we can also adjust lighting scenarios. So if we want to do a low light scenario, we can move that indoors, turn the lights off, things like that. We don't have to, wait around for Mother Nature to give us that ideal environment.
Additional questions for the corporal or the sergeant?
Chief, this is Kelly Anderson. I do have a couple of questions, specifically on the budget. So I understand that being a subject matter expert in law enforcement, we probably have to make this budget a little bit more layman friendly, just so that we understand what the items are, coming into onto the grant section. We also need to remove any vendors. We can't pre-select vendors, even if we have, good at the state contracts, even at this time. So we'll need to remove any names on these. And then on the simunitions, DHS is pretty strict on the simunition part, and it requires additional approval. So if you are funded, we have to go through a secondary round of approvals for simunitions. And then the last question or statement that I had on the PPE, helmets, throat protectors, groin protectors, are those only for simunitions, or are those going to be deployed outside of training?
That's strictly for the force on force with simunitions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
Additional questions from anyone? I do have additional question for you, similar to what Rachel was talking about with Clark County. I know Washington County Sheriff's Office, Carson City Sheriff's Office, Douglas County Sheriff's Office, Lyon County Sheriff's Office conducts this training on an annual basis, and they do it with their firefighter paramedics as well, just like the MACTAC, but just using a hot, warm, and cold zone approach instead of some of the other terminology. Have you already reached out to those organizations? Because some of these people have been doing this for 20 years in their communities, and they invite the other people in. I just want to make sure, just like Rachel was doing, that we're all on the same page, everyone's doing the same thing.
Yes, that is correct. We actually train up at the NNLEA. We take a lot of our training up there. We are doing our best to co-work with all of Northern Command in our best unfortunately with COVID, obviously that's put a huge obstacle in our way. And, but yes, we have reached out to Northern Command experts. The problem that we're running into is obviously getting people to be able to come out and train.
Absolutely.
I cut out, so I apologize. I'm hoping I'm answering your question correctly.
You are in, and I know Douglas County Sheriff's Office does it on an annual basis, involves the fire department with it. And I've been doing it for probably 18 years with Danny Britton. And Carson City Sheriff's Office obviously has firefighter paramedics assigned to the SWAT team that are actually armed, kind of what one of the Southern Nevada fire departments is trying to do right now in the UASI. So just want to make sure as we move this program forward, or if we move this forward in the funding, that we're all on the same page, doing the same stuff. So that way we don't get force on force issues.
Correct. Yeah. So Douglas County actually did all of our training originally. And then as a state, we wanted to make sure that we were consistent. So, part of what our director's push is to ensure that Northern Command and Southern Command are teaching their police academies identical. And so one of that was moving from the just alert training to having the MAC-TAC training, which is very similar, as you know.
Awesome. Thank you. Any other questions for the corporal or the sergeant? Okay, seeing, hearing none, thank you both very much. Close item number 9. We'll go back to item number 10. I've already read that into the record. And again, this is just kind of some discussion we can have to see if anybody is willing to cut some of their money out of their projects. That way we can then, when we start doing the rankings, maybe get somebody else's project partially or fully funded. Because again, we have about 636,000, 634,000 that we don't have the money to fund. And so if some project does have hey, we can cut $100,000 or we can cut $3 million out of our project, whatever your dollar amount you like to cut, this would be the time for those people to have that discussion with the committee so Kelly can get that in the notes. So when we do the rankings, we can see where the dollar line cutoff is. So I'll open up for any discussion for committee members or any of the project members that would like to offer to get some cuts made.
Hi, Dave. This is Melissa for the record. I spoke with Kelly early on via text. We feel that we could probably drop the public alerts and warnings down by about 20,000. I know that's not a ton in the whole scheme of things, but we feel comfortable that we have funding available, knowing that we'll probably have to up that again next fiscal year, but we're comfortable being able to give up that little bit of money.
Okay, so DM's giving up 20 grand on the public alert and warning, and then also $7,600 on the NIMS maintenance one as well. Is anybody else gonna give up any money here? Because the other option that we can have is at the end, projects aren't funded, that's when they come back and any de-obligated funds will be submitted to me or to Billy for approval with the UAG or the UASI. And then Billy or I will make decisions. And I'm going to use this ranked order list to fund those de-obligated projects to start with.
Chief Overson, this is Jeannie Freeman for the record. When folks are identifying which project that they're talking about, since there were several projects presented by some agencies, if we can identify the NRAC ID number so that we know what we're looking at, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. So from DEM's point, that would be, shoot, where'd it go?
Sir, it's project number 8. This is Kelly Anderson. Project number 8 is taking a $20,000 reduction. And then the next project that took a reduction earlier is project number 11.
Perfect, thank you, ma'am.
Chief Nobler. Sorry, Jeannie Freeman for the record one more time. When we do that, Kelly, so project 8 now, the amount is $170,500, correct?
Correct.
And the dollar amount for project 11 is what?
Is $460,128.
Thank you.
Noah, go right ahead, sir.
Thank you, sir. No Boyer for the record. So for project ID number 347120, we'll go ahead and scale that back 50% to $100,000. We'll scale that into next year.
Confirming that's the SAR.
It's the APR SCBA project. Yes, sir.
347120, Chief.
Sorry, I was looking at there's an NRAC number too that's just goes from 1 to 26. I was looking for the simple number. Remember, I used to be a fireman.
I think it's 22.
Chief,
22.
along that line too, Corey Solferino for the record. I can go to the tier 2 selection for the NRAC project and reduce that by 25K. That's the 346853 project ID number.
Okay, that looks like item number 4 on the NRAC agenda. And that was how much? Sorry, Corey, your lieutenant.
25K gets me to the tier 2, so that drops down some of our data sources, but still makes it a robust package.
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
And then Chief James Cox for the record. This is NREC ID number 15, and then the project ID number is 347117. This is a cyber project. And it's important that I say this, that because, and thank you to this committee, because this committee has supported our project for so many years, this has provided me the opportunity to maintain positive relationships with my various vendors. And because of those relationships, I believe that it's possible to scale, which usually isn't possible for this type of software, but I believe I can scale down 40,000, which will move the number from 172,104. If my math is right, it's 132 to it's down to 132,104.
Perfect. Thank you. Project 15.
Thank you to the committee.
Kelly, did you get all those numbers?
Hello?
Anybody else have any projects that they can cut some funding out of?
Chief, this is Kelly. Can we take a pause just for a second? So NOAA's reduction was NRAC number what?
It's the gas mask project, the APR. So the NRAC ID number for that is 22.
And what is your cut, please?
So it'd go from 200,000 down to 100,000. So it's 50%.
Yeah.
Okay, so do we want to go over these really quick to make sure everyone has them? Because I appreciate all the cuts, but I just want to make sure that we keep up with it. So Washoe County Sheriff's Office on number 4, NREC's number 4 reduced 25,000.
No, the number 4 is the bomb squad project. That's the one that's staying the same.
Okay.
You're not.
Okay, so what was the $25,000 reduction?
That was NRIC, which is project number.
18.
It's 15.
Oh, 15?
Oh, sorry. Nope. Now I'm giving you wrong info.
Project 18.
There you go. 18.
Okay. So I'm going to start up at the top just to make sure I have everyone's reductions. So pardon me for the pause. Project NRAC ID number 8 is the reduction that Melissa ponied up for public warning, and that was $20,000, taking that project to $170,500. The next project that was reduced is project number 11, which is DEM's maintenance project. That one was reduced by $7,649, bringing the project to $461,28. The next project reduction was project number 15, Washoe County Sheriff's Office, Cyber. They're cutting their project by $40,000, bringing their project to $132,104. The next project is project NRAC number 18, which is Washoe County Sheriff's Threat Analysis Center. That was reducing by 25,000, bringing the total to 75,000. The next project reduction was Washoe County project number 22's NRAC number for the SCBA's, reducing that project by 100,000 or 50%, bringing the total final project to 100,000. And that's what I have so far.
And that clarifies my notes as well.
Great, thank you.
Chief Silverson.
Go ahead, Jeannie.
Jeannie Freeman for the record. I would like some clarification on NRAC ID number project 23, the proposal ID 345879. I believe during the presentation, the person said that they could cut it in half and take out that fee. And I need clarification from the person who did that presentation, if that is what they're proposing this committee, or if they're keeping the proposal at the cost of $235,674.18.
And that was the UNR police sergeant, if I recall correctly.
Yes.
Are you still on the line, sir? Doesn't sound like he's still here, but he did make that comment. So I am going to do some executive privilege there and cut that in half as he discussed.
Yeah, I believe he said the fee could be taken out, that $48,000 and some change fee, and then the rest could be cut in half, which I think he said brought it to somewhere around the $93,000 mark, which isn't half in my math, but I just want to make sure that we figure that out.
Kelly Echevarria for the record. Jeannie, I think you're right. The cut would be $142,152.68, which would bring the total to $93,521.50. So it's taking out the fee and then having the remaining amount.
Thank you, Kelly. Jeannie Freeman for the record. Would you give us what you said the new amount would be $93,521.50?
That's correct.
Thank you, ma'am.
Kelly, this is Kelly Anderson. Can you repeat the reduction number one more time?
I can. $142,152.68, which brings the total down to $93,521.50.
Thank you.
Hello, Marianne LaFoon for project number 2, Elko County CERT. I'd like to make a reduction of $6,731, $1,731 in travel, and $5,000 in contractor.
Hey, before you go to that route, for you, you don't ask that much money, and Carolyn did this to me last year in Douglas when I tried to cut some of Douglas. And so I'd like to offer the same thing to you. The CERT program doesn't really cost us a lot. We ought to bang for the buck. I would rather you.
Okay, and I appreciate that. But you know what? I still got some travel money I didn't get to burn up last year. So I hope to do that this summer and all that and get on. And you all have been good. Let's see if we can get it down to where we can get most everything funded. And then if we got some extra, we can put some back in, but let's cut it for now.
Okay.
Please.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Marianne, this is Kelly Anderson. So we're talking about, I just want to verify to make sure I have it all right. Project number 2, and what is the total reduction?
The total reduction would be $6,731. So I would take $1,731 out of the travel, which I know I'll have to go in and we'll have to redo that, and also then $5,000 out of the contractor.
And then the total request currently would be $58,099.
Yes, if my math is correct. I wouldn't bet on it, but that's what my calculator said.
Kelly Echevarria for the record. Washoe County can cut about $10,000 from the COOP Sustained project, which which is number 3.
Okay, project number 3 decreased by 10,000. Anybody else with sharpening pencils? Maybe like DPS, since they're late to the game and had some technology issues, maybe they could cut some money out of theirs too. Okay, doesn't sound like anybody else has any more cuts. Kelly, what do we have as that number there?
Okay, so right now we're still in the red by $289,580.49.
Still a pretty big gap we just closed, so that's not bad. Anybody else willing to give up some money? If not, I'll close the agenda item. We'll move on to the rankings. And again, just like I said earlier, we're a little behind schedule, but I want to do the 2 rankings, and then we can take a half-hour break or so for lunch, and then we can come back and do the voting. And we don't have to come back for another day, as we were worried about before, if that's good with everybody. Okay, hearing no opposition to that and no additional comments, let's move on to, I'll close item number 10. And we'll move to item number 11. This is ranking the federal fiscal year 2021 State Homeland Security Program project and budget proposal presentations for strategic capabilities or capacities to be maintained with funding increases from the prior year. The committee may be asked to rank prioritize the projects in this category in addition to recommending sustained or amended funding amounts. So for this one, you should have in your handouts a page that says group 2 on it. And this is the ranking sheet that every member will fill out, whether you're voting or non-voting. Remember, we're not voting on this, we're ranking. And so staff will call roll and they will go through these. So that way we can each give them our ranking down that sheet. They'll take track of it, confirm it with us, and then we will go to the next agenda item and do the similar on the second on group 3 projects. We'll take our break. While we're taking our break, staff will get all that accumulated and sent back to us. They'll have it broken down by voting members, non-voting members, and then the entire committee. So we can then make some decisions on how we allocate these funds or recommend these funds get allocated. Any questions on that process? Any committee members not have access to that group 2 form or know what I'm talking about?
Hey, Dave, this is Chief Anderson down in North Las Vegas.
Go ahead, sir.
On group 2, are we, just to confirm, are we moving the state of Nevada, the NIMS one out of that, so we're not ranking that one at all since it didn't increase?
Good point, sir. I wrote myself a note to remember to talk about that and I forgot. For that project, rather than move it out of there to keep so we don't have to worry about trying to email new forms out, my recommendation to all the committee members is to make that number 1, because that is going to be, goes back to the other project line, and in that way we keep our numbers straight.
This is Rachel Skidmore for the record. I think a couple of years back, and maybe Samantha Ladich remembers this, I think we were told that once for a grouping, and then we were told we should not do that we couldn't tell everyone what to vote. Do you remember, Samantha, we had that issue with all the COOP inserts we determined with Chris, the previous director, Chris, and he wanted us to vote all of them number 1, and it was determined that we couldn't tell members what to vote, so we pulled them out separately and made a separate motion for them.
And again, we're not voting, this is a ranking, and so there's a little bit of difference in that, and I'm not telling you to place a 1 there. I'm just saying how I would do it, because staff will move that out automatically into that next category. But I'm just trying to make it easier than having staff make a new form and email out to everyone.
I'd just be able to cross it out there, Chief. Maybe that's easier.
That would work fine for me too. If you'd like to cross that out, that would work perfectly.
Chief, this is Jeannie Freeman for the record. When I'm looking at the group 3 ranking sheet.
We're not on group 3 yet, Jeannie. We're only on group 2.
I understand.
Group 3 is the next agenda item, so we can't talk about it yet.
All right.
So hold that question.
So this is Misty. Which one are we taking out?
We're going to take out, cross out the third one from the top. It's project ID number 347164, State of Nevada DEM NIMS maintenance. That one is a sustained project with no fee increase. So we remove that from the list rather than having to have you vote at number 1. Is that clear to everybody? So we're just going to cross it out as Jeremy recommended, and we'll just make that a non-voting one. I'm just trying to save staff from having to email out everyone a new form and we spend more time doing this.
Sorry, Dave, this is Melinda Southard for the record. Sorry. Which number was that we're crossing out?
You're crossing out 347164 to State of Nevada DEM NIMS maintenance.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
36.
So if committee members do have their forms and if you're ranking them, remember everyone ranks whether you're voting or non-voting, because this is not a voting item, this is a ranking item. And so we don't take any action on this. We're just going to collect that data from everyone. And Misty, do you have something? Sorry, I can barely hear you.
She needs to pull her mic down to her mouth.
Oh, I think she's talking to somebody else.
Dave, Sean Rawmeyer for the record. Who are we emailing these forms to after we populate them?
You're not going to email them. The secretary will call the roll here in a minute, and then you will read out your numbers. So you will read the numbers straight down with that space for that the piece we're pulling out, and she'll denote it on the form.
Got it.
Okay, Karen, can you call the roll and go through the list for us?
Hi, Chief. I just need 1 minute to update my ranking form since we're pulling that out because I'm doing it electronically. So if I could just have 1 minute, that would be great.
Perfect. That'll give the committee members a chance to look at that group 2 form. And then if you wanted to start working on a group 3 form, if you had not, and we'll take that in the next agenda item.
Chief, this is Kelly Anderson. Karen, when you get ready, are you going to be able to share your screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So our intent here is that Karen will call her names. We'll each give the numbers to Karen, and we'll be able to watch her put them on the form to ensure that we have the right number in the right place. And I'll just be kind of a double check. So Karen, whenever you are ready, you have the floor, ma'am.
Okay, can everyone hear me and see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. So what I'm going to do, everybody, is that we had to change this. So you're going to rank the projects 1 through 6 instead of 1 through 7. And I'll just start with Andy Ancho. And if you just read down the line what your rankings are in the order of the sheet, that would be great.
Okay, this is Andy Ancho for the record. Sorry, I was still kind of wrapping up here. Add item number 347117.
Oh.
The Washoe County Sheriff's Office, Cyber, Maine.
Hey, Andy, if you can start at the top there with the first project and just go right down the list.
Oh, sorry, I was reading my list. All right. Hold tight real quick here. I want to make sure I've got 2 numbers here. Okay. That was I have going from the top 6, 5, 2, 4, 3, 1.
Okay, when the box turns green, it means our rankings equal. So we're good. So we'll move on to Roy Anderson.
Roy Anderson, 5, 3, 2, 6, 4, 1.
Okay, thank you, Roy. Travis Anderson.
I have 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 4.
Okay, thank you. Noah Boyer.
5, 6, 4, 1, 3, 2.
Okay, thank you. Elizabeth Breeden.
6, 5, 4, 3, 1, 2.
Okay, thank you. James Chrisley.
3, 4, 1, 6, 5, 2.
Okay, thank you. Jason Danon.
5, 3, 2, 6, 4, and 1.
Okay, thank you. Cassandra Darrow.
6, 5, 4, 3, 1, 2.
Thank you. Bob Denhart.
6, 2, 5, 3, 4, 1.
Great, thank you. Craig DiPolo. You're not hearing? Kelly Echeverria.
6, 3, 4, 5, 2, 1.
Okay, thank you. Andrea S. Not hearing. Jeannie Freeman.
4, 5, 1, 3, 6, 2.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mike Heidemann. You're not hearing. Eric Holt.
Eric Holt, I have 5, 3, 2, 4, 6, 1.
Great, thank you. David Huncup. Not hearing. Jeremy Hines.
1, 3, 2, 5, 6, 4.
Great, thank you. Graham Kent. Not hearing. Marianne LaFoon.
Marianne LaFoon here. 4, 3, 1, 5, 6, 2.
Okay, great, thank you. Chris Lake.
1, 5, 2, 3, 6, 4.
Great, thank you. I'm Carolyn Levering.
1, 2, 5, 3, 4, 6.
Great, thank you. Ryan Miller.
2, 1, 5, 3, 6, 4.
Thank you. Tennille Pereira.
3, 1, 2, 6, 5, 4.
Thank you. Matthew Peterson. Not hearing. Sean Rawmeyer.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Thank you. Misty Robinson.
1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 4.
Thank you. Rachel Skidmore.
1, 2, 4, 3, 5, 6.
Thank you. Corey Solferino.
3, 4, 5, 1, 6, 2.
Great, thank you. Melinda Southard.
5, 2, 1, 3, 6, 4.
Great, thank you. Carrie Underwood.
1, 2, 5, 4, 3, 6.
Thank you. Mike Wilson,
Mike Wilson for the record, 1, 2, 5, 4, 6, 3.
great, thank you. Stephanie Woodard, not hearing. Billy Samuels,
1, 2, 5, 3, 4, 6.
okay, great, thank you. Dave Fogerson,
2, 1, 3, 4, 6, 5. And
Great,
before you
thank
move
you.
on, if we can ask all the voting members, can you slide it back, Kelly or Karen? Sorry, all the voting members, can you just look at your line and make sure that everything looks right there before she slides it over and cuts some of us off, and so that we can't look at it a second time before we move on. Okay, hearing none, now we can go to the non-voting members. Thank you, Karen.
Okay, we'll start with Bunny Bishop. Bunny, are you on?
How about that?
Okay, I'm not hearing. Somebody's not muted, so I'm not sure if that's Bunny or not.
Looks like Jeremy's not muted.
Okay. We'll go to Rebecca Bodnar. Hearing none. Kate Callahan. Hearing none. Felix Castanola. Hearing none. Mike Dezak. Hearing none. Melissa Friend.
5, 4, 2, 1, 3, 6.
All right, thank you. Cheryl Gonzalez. Hearing none. Moira Howenstein. Hearing none. Jill Hemingway. Hearing none. Patty Herzog. Hearing none. Casey Casey. Hearing none. Selby Marks.
2, 1, 4, 5, 6, 3.
All right, thank you. And Catherine Nielsen. And hearing none.
Perfect. And the non-voting members, can you confirm that those numbers are correct by looking on Karen's screen there before we move on? And hearing nothing. Okay, we'll move to the next agenda item then.
Chief, did
Yes,
you want me? Did you want me to rank prioritize these? I have them broken up for the voting members only, and I can sort these.
Yes, but we'll do that at that break. And so
Okay,
we'll
great.
send it back out.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. So we'll move to item number 12. This is ranking a federal fiscal year 2021 State Homeland Security Program project and budget proposal presentations for new and enhanced project proposals. Committee may be asked to rank prioritize the projects in this category in addition to recommended amended funding levels. This is your group 3 form, and Jeannie, I believe you had a question on this form earlier on the prior agenda item.
Thank you, Chief. Jeannie Freeman for the record. The question that I was going to ask was in error, so I apologize for taking up the time on that. But if we do have the ability to have just a couple moments to look at this group before we run through this, that would be helpful.
Absolutely. Let's give everyone about 3 minutes to make sure that everyone's caught up on this and does the same ranking as they did before. Except this one, we are ranking from 1 to 11, and we'll go through the same process of Karen calling the roll, and then giving the numbers down to make it sound like we're reading eye charts. And then we will take a brief intermission, about 30 minutes. That way staff can get through the forms and make sure that they got the numbers all correct. And we'll email them back out to the group, and we'll post them hopefully on the website so everybody has access to them. And then we will reconvene at that point to go to number 13, which is when the voting members will vote on the recommended process.
Is there a way to make the eye chart the full screen?
Karen, did you hear that from Jason?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, sir.
He was wondering if you can make that so that way he could see the entire numbers all the way up and down.
Oh, gotcha. Sorry, this is a big.
Thank you.
Can you see that now?
I don't know if that's all 11, but I can see a lot more of it. Yeah.
Okay.
And it does appear to be all of it, Jason.
Okay, thanks.
And huge kudos to Karen and Kelly for figuring out this ranking system and making it work well for us in Zoom, since new technology. In the past, we always had somebody we give the forms to, and they worked pretty hard to make this work online for us. So thank you both very much. And then anybody else that helped you. Okay, has that been enough time for people to start doing it? Andy, whenever you're ready, if you want to start your numbers, and we'll kind of use you to judge whether or not we're ready.
Okay. Andy Anschel for the record. Following ranking is as follows: 1, 2, 4, 3, 10, 5, 6, 8, 7, 9, 11.
Okay, great. Just so everybody knows, when that circle turns orange and it equals 66, the rankings appear to add up correctly. So we'll move on. Roy Anderson.
Roy Anderson, 3, 1, 7, 2, 10, 5, 6, 8, 4, 11, 9.
Great. Thanks, Roy. Travis Anderson.
2, 8, 1, 4, 10, 9, 3, 11, 6, 7, 5.
Great. Thank you. Noah Boyer.
1, 4, 2, 7, 6, 5, 3, 10, 8, 9, 11. I'm on orange. All right.
Orange. No one wants to be the first one. Elizabeth Breeden.
1, 2, 7, 3, 10, 4, 5, 6, 11, 9. Oh, no. So 8, 1, 2. I think you missed my 8. Yeah,
Oh,
everything
gotcha. I'm
shifts
sorry.
down.
All right, let's go again. So it's
8, 1, 2, 7, 3, 10, 4, 5, 6, 11, 9.
There we go. Great. Thank you. James Chrisley.
2, 6, 8, 3, 10, 1, 4, 7, 9, 5, 11.
Thank you. Jason Danon.
10, 7, 8, 5, 6, 3, 4, 1, 2, 9, 11.
Thank you. Cassandra Darrow. Okay, not hearing anyone. Bob Denhart.
1, 5, 4, 2, 7, 8, 6, 3, 9, 11, 10.
Great, thank you. Craig DiPolo? Not hearing. Kelly Echeverria?
2, 1, 3, 6, 9, 5, 4, 8, 7, 10, 11.
Great, thank you. Andrea S? Not hearing. Jeannie Freeman?
2, 6, 5, 3, 4, 1, 8, 10, 11, 7, 9.
Thank you. Mike Heidemann? Not hearing. Eric Holt?
2, 7, 8, 1, 10, 4, 6, 9, 11, 5, 3.
Thank you. David Huncup? Not hearing. Jeremy Hines?
4, 2, 1, 7, 8, 3, 6, 10, 5, 9, 11.
Thank you. Graham Kent? Not hearing. Marianne LaFoon?
Marianne LaFoon, 1, 7, 5, 2, 9, 6, 4, 8, 3, 10, 11.
Okay, thank you. Chris Lake?
2, 1, 5, 3, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 7, and 9.
Thank you. Carolyn Levery?
1, 11, 10, 2, 4, 6, 5, 9, 3, 7, 8.
Thank you. Ryan Miller?
2, 5, 1, 3, 4, 7, 6, 11, 9, 8, 10.
Thank you. Neil Pereira?
2, 1, 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 11, 10, 9, 7.
Thank you. Matthew Peterson? Not hearing. Sean Rawmeyer?
1, 6, 5, 2, 7, 3, 10, 11, 8, 9, 4.
Okay, thank you. My goodness. Misty Robinson?
1, 2, 5, 4, 11, 9, 6, 8, 3, 7, 10.
Great, thank you. Rachel Skidmore?
10, 5, 11, 9, 2, 3, 4, 7, 6, 1, 8.
Okay, thank you. Corey Sulfarino?
1, 5, 2, 3, 8, 6, 7, 10, 4, 9, 11.
Thank you. Melinda Southard?
1, 4, 8, 2, 5, 6, 7, 9, 3, 11, 10.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Hold on one second. I have to make this bigger because I can't read anybody's thing. All right. So we have Carrie Underwood.
4, 11, 6, 2, 5, 3, 9, 10, 8, 1, 7.
All right. Thank you. Mike
Thank you.
Wilson.
2, 5, 6, 4, 3, 7, 9, 11, 10, 1, 8.
Thank you. Stephanie Woodard. Not hearing. Billy Samuels.
6, 3, 1, 7, 5, 2, 9, 8, 10, 4, 11.
I think I might have heard your numbers wrong. I'm sorry, you were cutting out a bit, Chief. Can you reread those, please?
Yes, ma'am. 6, 3, 1, 7, 5, 2, 9, 8, 10, 4, 11.
Great. Thank you, sir. Dave Fogerson.
97. Karen, hats off to you for doing this. You're doing a phenomenal job. Thank you. Now I'll start at the real numbers. 4, 1, 6, 3, 9, 2, 8, 10, 5, 11, 7.
Great. Thank you, sir.
And if committee members that can look real quick, and I guess you can see it, but let's make sure that you see a discrepancy in your numbers up there, please let Karen know. Thank you, Karen.
All right. Let's start with Bunny Bishop. Not hearing. Rebecca Bodner. Not hearing. Kate Callahan. Not hearing. Felix Castanola. Not hearing. Mike Dezak. Not hearing. Melissa Friend.
7, 4, 8, 10, 1, 2, 3, 6, 5, 9, and 11.
Great, thank you. Cheryl Gonzalez. Not hearing. Moira Howenstein. Not hearing. Jill Hemingway. Not hearing. Patty Herzog. Not hearing. Casey. Not hearing. Selby Marks.
1, 4, 3, 5, 6, 2, 7, 11, 9, 10, 8.
Great, thank you. Catherine Nielsen. Okay, not hearing.
Thank you, ma'am. Can everyone look at the screen? Everyone sees if they have any discrepancies with their numbers? And hearing no discrepancies from anyone, I'm going to call for a half-hour break. It is, I have 13:20 right now. I'll come back at 13:50. I'll give staff enough time to get these numbers figured out and get them emailed to all of us, and then hopefully post on a website as well. And then when we come back at 13:50, we'll go to item number 13 on the agenda. I apologize for being about 50 minutes late with my plan to take lunch at 12:30, and you know by my size that I like eating lunch on time, so I apologize for being late. And I'll adjourn the, or I'll hold the meeting until 13:50. Thank you.
Travis, this is Billy. Your phone's not muted.
And this is Dave Fogerson. For the record, we're going to leave this up so that way it stays on YouTube for the 30-minute recess we're having. So if you are on a line still, if you'd like to mute yourself, that way it doesn't get recorded, whatever you might be saying as you're eating. Thank you.
Hey, Dave, this is Roy Anderson. I would recommend that if Karen or someone just puts something on their screen and shares their screen that just says on lunch, be back at a certain time. That way, if people join on YouTube, they know what's going on.
Perfect idea. Karen, were you able to, actually, I think I can do that.
I can, sir, if you want me to. Not a problem.
It's a challenge for me now. I got to figure out how to do it. So I got it.
I think I have to give you like control of it.
I get the share screen thing. So,
Okay.
but if you can, I think you can do
there you
the,
go.
I think you can do the mute. So if you can mute everybody, please, because I can't do that one.
Okay. One moment, sir.
And can you see that, Karen? Oh, wrong side. How about now?
I can see that.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Is it official? We can go on break now, Dave?
Yes. So 150. Good afternoon, everyone. It is 1:50, the time we said we'd come back. We'll give everyone just a minute or so to see people's cameras turn on and make sure Karen's doing okay to be able to take the roll again. Hopefully everyone has checked your email. You do have the ranked scores in your email. She was working on putting it on the website for us, so everybody can see it. And pretty
Hi, Chief.
happy.
It's Karen. It's Karen. I am attempting to get it on the website. There is a delay, so it should auto update, but there's a little bit of a technical challenge there. But this has been sent out to our entire listserv that we have on the Homeland side, as well as all of the committee members and any of the public bodies that are involved in the HSGP process.
Perfect. Thank you, ma'am. And when you are ready, we can go ahead and call the roll. And then after we call roll, I'll start the agenda back up on number 13. And we'll start with Kelly Anderson to talk about what these results mean based upon the funding available. So I'll leave it to you, Karen, when you have a second to start roll.
All right, sir. Dave Fogerson.
Present.
Oops. Open my sheet. Billy Samuels.
Present.
Andy Ancho.
Present.
Roy Anderson.
Present.
Travis Anderson.
Present.
Thank you. Noah Boyer.
Present.
Elizabeth Breeden. James Chrisley.
Here.
Jason Danon.
Present.
Cassandra Darrow. Bob Denhart. Craig DiPolo. Kelly Echevarria.
Present.
Andrea Esp.
Present.
Jeannie Freeman.
Here.
Mike Heidemann. Eric Holt.
Present.
David Huncup. Jeremy Hines. Graham
Here.
Kent.
Jeremy Hines is here.
Oh, thank you, sir. Graham Kent. Marianne LaFoon. Chris Lake.
Here.
Carolyn Levering. Ryan Miller.
Here.
Tennille Pereira.
Here.
Matthew Peterson. Sean Rahmeyer.
Present.
Misty Robinson.
Here.
Rachel Skidmore.
Here.
Corey Solferino.
Here.
Melinda Southard. Carrie Underwood.
Here.
Mike Wilson.
Here.
Stephanie Woodard. Bunny Bishop. Rebecca Bodner. Kate Callahan. Felix Castanola. Mike Dezak. Melissa Friend.
Here.
Gerald Gonzalez. Moira Howenstein. Jill Hemingway. Patricia Herzog. Casey Casey. Selby Marks,
Here.
Catherine Nielsen. And chairs, one moment, please.
Liz Breeden's here too.
Okay, thank you. I saw there were a few people that came on as we were calling roll. We do have quorum currently.
Copy. Was there any members that came on that Karen didn't get you as here? Even though we do have a quorum, we'll still want to mark you that you're present.
Did you get Mary Ann LaFoon?
No, ma'am. Got you now.
Okay, I'll start the meeting back up and we'll move on to item number 13, which is a review and voting on the federal fiscal year 2021 State Homeland Security Program project recommendations to the State Administrative Agent. This is a discussion possible action. The committee members who are voting members will vote to recommend a list of grant projects for funding to the Nevada Commission on Homeland Security Committee on Finance, the Nevada Commission on Homeland Security, and to the State Administrative Agency agent. So with this agenda item, I'd like to turn over to Kelly Anderson, who can talk about where those rankings place the projects. And everyone should have received those rankings in your email, as we discussed earlier. And we're in the process of putting them on the website. They've also been emailed out to the listserv, so everyone can see them. I'd like to have Kelly go through what that actually means so we can have a better understanding before we make any motions. Kelly.
Sir, can you see my spreadsheet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Kelly Anderson for the record. This is the spreadsheet that I've been tracking along with Karen and as she was collecting the rankings as well. As you will see, these projects here where my mouse is all the way down to the green is the non-ranking projects. And we added the Nevada Division of Emergency Management, NIMS maintenance to that list. If I scroll down here, you're going to see how the next section was ranked right here. This project, and I'll just call them off and so that I can read them into the record. Project number one, or project, the Nevada Threat Analysis ranked number 1. SWIC ranked number 2. SNCTC SHSP sustained under LVMPD, Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department ranked number 3. Washoe County Sheriff's Office, cyber maintained, ranked number 4. Tahoe Douglas Bomb Squad, ranked number 5. And Triad Hazmat Reno, ranked number 6. So that was the second area of the phased ranking. I can answer any questions that you may have. Chief, did you want me to continue?
Please do, ma'am.
The third area of the ranking, as you will see, and I'll read them off to you. Let me just scroll a little bit. I know scrolling is hard on everyone's eyes here. Okay, so number 1 ranked Department of Administration, the 60,000 for the FIPS. Number 2, net flow intrusion for Secretary of State. Number 3, Homeland Security Program Assistant for Washoe County. Number 4, Nevada Division of Emergency Management on NIMS competitive. Number 5, Washoe County Sheriff's Office for the maintain the NRAC. Number 6, let me scroll down a little bit. Number 6 is Washoe County Sheriff, the SCBAs. Number 7, Moapa Valley Fire on mass casualty. Number 8 is here for the Department of Administration EATS, the cyber tool tracking. Number 9, Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, the TAS vehicle. Number 10 is the Board of Regents, Western Nevada College Physical Security. And then number 11 is the Department of Public Safety's active shooter. And that's where the rankings sit. So number 11 is the last ranking here. Chief?
And what do we have money to fund?
So,
where is the red line for funding?
So the red line would be right here. It would be cutting out the Nevada Department of Public Safety's $280,144.30. We're still, after cutting that last project, we would still be $9,436.19 short. So we would have to take reductions of this amount to balance.
Okay, so just to restate kind of what you said, we can fund every project with the exception of the Nevada Department of Public Safety Training Division active shooter project, which ranked last, as long as we take 94.36.19 and cuts between all those projects.
Yes, sir.
It's not too shabby. We actually funded everything but one project with all the reductions. So big kudos to Washington County Sheriff's Office, especially. They took some pretty big cuts. So thank you guys for figuring out ways to move that along for us. So committee thoughts, process forward, discussion, motion.
Chief Ogerson, this is Jeannie Freeman for the record.
Go ahead, ma'am.
I have a question on, and this is for, I think, Kelly Echevarria, related to the Homeland Security Program Assistant. When you were presenting, you had said that there was the potential for that amount to be about $9,000 less.
I did say that. And now I'm wishing I hadn't. No, just kidding. So
sorry,
that was
the notes.
Yeah, that was the potential difference between the COLA, the cost of living agreement. That's up for negotiation in 2022. So they gave us kind of a range. That was a $9,000 difference. So it could land on the upper end, which would be 75,000, or it could land about 9,000 less than that. We don't know. And so if it does land $9,000 less, then we're short.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is Rachel Skidmore for the record.
Go ahead, ma'am.
I can take that reduction on the LVMPD TAS TRV vehicle.
Thank you very much. So with that, we just balanced by just cutting out one project, and of course the stuff that we cut from the various projects, thanks to the people that propose those projects. Any further discussion or any motion necessary? Would anybody like to make a motion if there's no other discussion on this, to advance this to the Committee on Finance, the Commission, and to the SAA?
This is Bob Denhart. I'll make a motion to advance this.
This is Misty Robinson. I'll second.
And just to clarify, that would be funding all the projects at the amount that we've determined today, with the exception of the DPS training one, correct, Bob?
That is correct.
And Misty?
Correct.
I can see your head. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Any opposed to the motion, say nay. Okay, motion passes unanimously. Our next steps Kelly will be working also with, she'll have to get these into investment justifications, and rather than having the committee figure out who does that, I've asked her just from the staff side to get with the right people, so that way we can write those investment justifications and have a champion for each one of those projects. And our next meeting will probably have a report back about those investment justification folks to make sure that everyone's comfortable with where we're going with that. So I'll close item number 13. We'll go to item number 14. Everyone's favorite time. It's for public comment, discussion only. If you're following us on YouTube, remember you're about 60 to 90 seconds behind us. So you have to talk on your cell phone to us or your phone to us, and you have to hit *9 to unmute yourself. Sorry, *6 to unmute your phone and provide that public comment. So we'll leave this open for 90 seconds. And I see it's 2:05 right now, so I'll open up public comment. Does any member of the committee have any public comment?
Chief Jeannie Freeman, for the record, does this mean that we don't have another 6-hour meeting later this month? I love all of you. However, I'm super excited about that.
While we had a late lunch today, and I apologize for that, we do get out of that second meeting now. So we will just have a May meeting now instead of that second meeting at the end of April that was originally planned, because we were able to get through the process today. So thank you guys all for doing that.
Dave, this is Roy Anderson for the record. I just want to thank you and your staff for a wonderful, putting together such a wonderful toolkit for all of us. Made it a lot easier for us to do this, especially virtually. I know that's not easy. So I just want to extend my gratitude and thank you for that.
Thank you. Yes, Karen Hall knocked this out of the park for all of us. And Kelly Anderson helped her a lot. And Sam Laddick given the legal advice on what we can and can't get away with. It's worked out really well having that group work together to make technology work for the future. We even had a discussion with Kelly and I did about using the same process next year, even if we are still in person, but still doing the ranking in that way. So that way we can still see all that information that quickly.
This is Misty Robinson, and I would echo Roy's comment there. Also, I have changed my title. I am now Public Health Preparedness Supervisor. So I want to put that in the record so my title gets changed in the minutes. Thank you.
Absolutely. We should have done that at the beginning, Misty. Sorry, congratulations on the new position. I know it's a sad way to get it, but you are the most deserving person to get it. So congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Any additional public comment? Remember, if you are on YouTube and following us live on the live stream, you do have to hit *6 to unmute yourself. Seeing no more public comment, it is now 2:07, so we've left the public comment open for 2 minutes. I will close this agenda item and move us to item number 15, which is the adjournment. And it is for discussion, possible action. I'll take a motion from anybody who does not want to stay here any longer today.
Eric Holt, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second that motion.
A first by Eric Holt, a second by Kelly. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Anybody who wants to stay for the rest of the day, say nay.
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 Well, I want to go home.
Thank you guys all very much. It's a long process. I appreciate everyone sticking around for it. So thank you, and we'll see you next month.
See y'all.
Thank you.
All right.
Meeting's adjourned at 2:08.